currently represented by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik.
I'm early. I have a really bad
Approximately
neck.
44,000 New Yorkers
have not
will
slept all
lose
night, so forgive
their health
me
care.
if I am if I make noises.
In Long Island, Suffolk County, part of Long Island, currently represented in Nassau County by two amazing colleagues, Tom Swazi and Laura Gillen. But in Suffolk County, New York's 2nd Congressional District, currently represented by Congressman
Good morning,
Andrew
Badger.
Barbarino.
Oh, good morning,
48,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care.
We missed you yesterday.
In Suffolk County.
Morning. I have a really bad neck, so I'm in a lot of pain, but I'm here. Hi, Leigh. Hi, Gal. Hi, meowing.
And in the 11th Congressional District, a district that includes all of Staten Island, a district, Mr. Speaker, currently represented by Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis. More than 50,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care.
Yeah, I saw this happening. I wrenched my neck yesterday, and I haven't slept, so forgive me if I'm silent and
I don't think the Wu-Tang Clan
funny
would
looking.
approve of that. It's incredible to me. In district after district after district, Mr. Speaker, represented by my Republican colleagues, so many Americans will stand to lose their health care as a result of Donald Trump's one big
Yeah, this one's a sticky one, but it'll go.
Now, this is not just a Democratic perspective. We stand by that perspective. We'll continue to articulate that view and forcefully defend the health care of the American people, but it's not just a Democratic perspective. And so I thought that it was important that we enter into the record some of the words, Mr. Speaker, of members of the House Republican Conference who wrote directly to you, Mr. Speaker, in their own words, talking about the challenges of this one big ugly bill. February 19th of this year, in a letter written to the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. The subject line was, "Protecting American Communities in the Budget Reconciliation Process." For all of the American people who may be watching the floor of the House of Representatives right now, that's the process that we're in. It's one big ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, Republicans chose to go down this road because Republicans are uninterested in actually trying to find bipartisan solutions to solving problems on behalf of the American people. And so we're in this budget reconciliation process that can avoid the filibuster in the United States Senate. And Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have been uninterested in trying to actually find bipartisan common ground. We're the party of common sense. Let's be clear about that. I'm going to be spending some time on the road talking about what common sense really is all about. Common sense certainly is not taking health care away from the American people. And so in this letter on February 19th, and I got a lot of statements that have been entered into the record.
Oh, I agree.
But
I agree, Max.
I figured we'd start with this one. February 19th, Dear Speaker Johnson, as members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference, that's different than the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus right now is fighting hard on behalf of the health care of the American people. On the Democratic side, call that the real CHC. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus is fighting hard on behalf of the American people. But this is a letter as members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference. Mr. Speaker, as you know, these are Republicans here in the House of Representatives. And those who represent sizable Hispanic populations. We are writing to express our concerns regarding possible funding decisions stemming from the House Budget Resolutions Committee instructions advanced on February 13, 2025. Those budget instructions by the
Yes. Thank you, Meowing Star, for your play-by-play. I really do appreciate that.
That has resulted in this moment that we find ourselves in right
Leigh
now
making good points in Signal about jobs report. Ooh, I look forward to looking at that.
And in this letter, it says that while we fully support efforts to rein in wasteful spending and deliver on President Trump's agenda, let me park right there parenthetically for a moment. Nothing in this bill is about waste, fraud, and abuse. Nothing is doing anything meaningful.
Where's the data?
About waste, fraud,
that's what I want to know. No one has demanded to see it.
It is imperative that we do not slash programs that support American communities across our nation. It then goes on to say,
buffer, sorry.
At the House Budget Resolution proposed $880 billion in cuts to programs under the jurisdiction of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, with Medicaid expected to bear the brunt of these reductions. Their words, not our words. Nearly 30% of Medicaid enrollees are Hispanic Americans, and for many families across the country, Medicaid is their only access to health care. Slashing Medicaid would have serious consequences, particularly in rural and predominantly Hispanic communities, where hospitals and nursing homes are already struggling to keep their doors open. Mr. Speaker, these are members of the House Republican Conference warning about the devastating impacts of this one big, ugly bill. It goes on to say that the House Committee on Education and the Workforce has been tasked with cutting $330 billion where federal aid for higher education, such as Pell Grants, may be a target for reductions. Once again, let me park right there parenthetically to make the observation. This bill also assaults higher education in the United States of America. That's a disgrace. And Mr. Speaker, members of the House Republican Conference predicted that that would occur. Their words, not our words. House Committee on Education and the Workforce has been tasked with cutting $330 billion where federal aid for higher education, such as Pell Grants, may be a target for reductions. Hispanic students make up a significant share of Pell Grant recipients, many of whom are first-generation college students. striving for a better future for themselves, their families, and our nation. If we are serious about empowering the next generation and strengthening our workforce, we must facilitate and not undermine opportunities that help students succeed. Finally, the House Committee on Agriculture has been directed to cut $230 billion. And then, Mr. Speaker, our Republican colleagues go on to write, while we fully support efforts to eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse, by the way, that's all fake, we support a federal government that's effective, that's efficient, that's equitable, that eliminates waste, fraud, and abuse. That's not what this bill is all
No,
about.
this is terrible, Leigh. The school funding is fucking terrible. I can't even wrap my brain around it.
While we fully support efforts to eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse,
this will destroy public schools.
we must ensure
period.
that assistance programs such as SNAP
You don't run on a
protected.
big surplus at all.
I mean, I'm just confused.
God damn.
Remain protected, as nearly 22% of Hispanic families rely on this critical program as a temporary safety net during difficult times. And then this letter concludes, written to you, Mr. Speaker, by the Congressional Hispanic Conference. Hispanic Americans are the future of the Republican
Exactly, Party. Max. Hi, Scott. How are you, darling?
I'll reserve judgment on that statement. As House Democrats, we're going to fight for every single community in the United States of America, including the Hispanic community.
Hi,
every
Jay.
community. We want every single community to experience the good life, to afford to be able to live the good life. That's what we want. For every single community, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good return.
Oh, Leigh.
That's what we want for every community.
Oh, hi, Tom.
But the Congressional Hispanic Conference, they write, in closing to you, Mr. Speaker, that these Hispanic Americans are closely watching to see if we will govern in a way that honors their values and delivers results.
I agree, Jay. I'm really can't believe we've done shitty things in the past to this country, but this is amazing.
Appropriate authorship is conferred. I'm going to enter the names of the signatories to this extraordinary letter. Mr. Speaker, Tony Gonzalez.
Oh, wow.
Nicole Maliatakis.
Out in that sunshine.
Monica de la Cruz. David Valadeo, who represents more Medicaid recipients than any other member of Congress. Juan Ciscomani. Rob Bresnahan. What a beauty. James Moylan.
Oh, this is spicy.
Kimberlyn King Hines. They all signed this letter. And the question that many Americans have to ask right now is that after signing a letter indicating your commitment, Mr. Speaker, to protecting Medicaid and SNAP and access to affordable higher education through Pell Grants, how is it possible that, Mr. Speaker, some of our Republican colleagues will turn around and devastate Medicaid, devastate supplemental nutritional assistance and devastate the ability of Hispanic communities to achieve the type of upward mobility, in part through higher education that is talked about.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
In this letter.
Or maybe it was a no vote. So no, I think it was,
that letter was written
people were a no vote, so it didn't move.
And then we go to March.
That's what I heard, but the Discord probably has better updates, thanks to Meowing Star.
I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I'm here to take my sweet time on behalf of the American people.
Probably, Meowing Star.
And so on March 9th, there's a letter that's written to Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith, Mr. Speaker. By my count, 21 Republicans signed this letter.
I can't even imagine how frightening that is, Leigh.
And it's about the importance of the clean energy.
I did see something about that. No, you're not, Neil. No, you're not. I was early. I was early, babe.
Signatories to this particular piece of correspondence are now horrified by the attack on clean energy jobs, and the clean energy economy in this one big ugly bill.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Meowing Star. The rules vote finished around 3:30 Eastern time this morning, and final remarks started. Once Jeffries and Johnson finish speaking, they go into the final vote for the bill.
Mr. Speaker, 21 members of the House Republican Conference write to
I pulled a really bad muscle in my neck last night. I have not slept.
Countless American companies
no pills help. So forgive me for being achy and ineffective.
Many of which have enjoyed broad support in Congress to make major investments in domestic energy production and infrastructure for traditional and renewable energy sources alike.
jRance, you're right. Meowing has been holding it down. I love our Discord.
Energy industry alike remain concerned about disruptive changes to our nation's energy tax structure. With all this in mind, the letter continues.
Happy to be here. Oh, it'll work itself out. It's just one of those things, but I did a good pull. Whatever I pulled it good.
To the tax code
yes, I can. I'm so sorry.
Be conducted in a targeted and pragmatic fashion that promotes conference priorities.
Well, of course, he's so low. I'm sorry.
Current and future private sector investments, which will continue to increase domestic
so sorry that was so low.
Promote energy innovation, and keep utility costs down. I mean, the language that was chosen there is pretty interesting, but the translation is protect the clean energy economy. That's what this letter was all about. Written by my count, 21 House Republicans. Mr. Speaker, Andrew R. Garbarino, Jennifer Higgins, Juan Ciscomani, Gabe Evans, David Valadeo. What a prolific writer.
What? What's Valadeo's deal?
Mark Amadai.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
Michael Lawler, Young Kim, Don
I
Bacon.
should get some ice on it. Huh.
Vince Fong.
I'll try and do that. I don't know.
Jeff Hurd, Tom H. Kane, Jr., Nick LaLota, John James, Ryan McKenzie,
I think it's just 4 hours,
Rob
right,
Bresnahan,
Carrie? I'm not really sure.
Marionette J. Miller Meeks, Earl L. Buddy Carter, Dan Newhouse, Eric Harshen, and David P. Joyce, all writing in support of a clean energy economy. We as House Democrats, we know that there's an all-of-above approach that is underway right now, but we support wind and solar energy, renewable energy, because renewable energy is cheaper energy, and cheaper energy means reducing the high cost of living for everyday Americans. That's what we as House Democrats support.
How about a bag of peas?
And yet, I'm perplexed because this letter was written.
I know, he needs to slow down.
But the one big ugly bill
Valadeo was
represents
one of the
an
holdouts. He signed the letter, but
unprecedented
not cut
assault
Medicaid, and 60% of his
on
constituents
clean energy and cheaper
in
energy
California are on Medicaid.
in the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I asked the
Peas
question,
are
what
not
are those
ice.
21 Republicans going to
I
do
might have
when
some
it comes
frozen
to
peas
voting
or
for this
frozen
one big
spinach.
ugly bill?
I don't know. I've got frozen something.
And then we've got another letter in April. So we've got a February letter, a March letter, an April letter. Quite elegant with these letters. April 14th, 2025, this is correspondence written by 13 House Republicans, Mr. Speaker. Written to you and Steve Scalise. Majority Leader written to Tom Emmer. The Majority Whip, and written to Brent Guthrie, the Chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee. It says, as members of Congress who helped deliver a Republican majority, many of us representing districts with high rates of constituents who depend on Medicaid, we would like to reiterate our strong support for this program. By the way, a program that the one big ugly bill now will cut and devastate, gut, Mr. Speaker, by almost $1 trillion. In this letter,
That makes so much sense, Carrie. Frozen
13
peas for
Republicans say
ducks.
we would like
That
to
makes
reiterate
less.
our strong support for this program that ensures our constituents have reliable health care. Balancing the federal budget must not come at the expense of those who depend on these benefits for their health and economic security. Mr. Speaker, that's their words, not our words. And then this bill makes an extraordinary
life
declaration.
continues.
I think it's important for us to understand who led this bill. David Valadeo. These are just facts, Mr. Speaker. Publicly issued letters. David Valadeo, Don Bacon, Jeff Van Drew, Rob Bresnahan, Juan Ciscomani, Jen Kiggins, Young Kim, the usual suspects. Robert J. Whitman, Nicole Maliatakis, Nick Lolo, Andrew R. Garbarino, Jeff Hurd, and Michael V. Lawler. By my count, 13 members. And in some of the relevant portions of this letter, it says to strengthen Medicaid, we urge you to prioritize care for our nation's most vulnerable populations. Our constituents are asking for changes to the healthcare system that will strengthen the healthcare workforce, offer low-income, working-class families expanded opportunities to save for medical expenses, support rural and underserved communities,
sounds like fun,
and help new mothers. And in the second paragraph of this letter dated April 14th, 2025, Mr. Speaker, these 13 members of the House Republican Conference
It's all right. Thanks, Karen.
make this extraordinary representation. It says, however, we cannot and will not support a final reconciliation bill that includes any reduction in Medicaid coverage for vulnerable populations. This bill represents the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. It will devastate vulnerable populations all across America. And so the reality is, all 212 House Democrats are going to stand up and protect the health care of the American people. We're going to protect the Medicaid of the American people against this assault on vulnerable communities. And I'm looking forward to all 13 of you joining us to protect the health care of the American people that you represent. That's the promise, Mr. Speaker, that your Republican colleagues made in this April letter. What's changed? We're looking forward to all 13 Republicans in this letter joining us to protect the Medicaid of the American people. And you know, this SALT issue is also an interesting one. Statement was issued on May 8th from my colleagues in the New York delegation, Leigh Stefanik, Andrew Garbarino.
I'll go find those peas. I'll be right back.
Mike Lawler. Just facts right now. Big talk about standing up to protect the state and local tax deduction. And what's interesting, let's make sure we set the record straight here. As to what happened to the state and local tax deduction, which impacts millions of hardworking American taxpayers all across the country, including in the districts represented by the individuals that I just named. The state and local tax deduction was decimated, Mr. Speaker, by Donald Trump, House Republicans, and Senate Republicans in 2017 in connection with the GOP tax scam that callously and unnecessarily imposed a $10,000 cap, wiping away thousands of dollars a year for hardworking American taxpayers. Republicans did that. Mr. Speaker, let's set the record straight. And so, Mr. Speaker, there are people in this chamber claiming to be saviors. Saving what? From the devastation that Republicans have wrought by decimating the state and local tax deduction? And you know what's interesting about this is that people who are against this claim that the state and local tax deduction is subsidizing states in certain places to the detriment of others. But every single state that suffered.
I'm sorry, the stream seems to be having a lot of trouble. I'm not sure what's going wrong, and I'm so sorry.
In 2017 to decimate the state and local tax deduction, every single state is a donor state, sends more money to the federal government than we ever get back in return. A donor state. Some people in this town running around misrepresenting the facts. We're okay to be a donor state, but don't lie to the American people about the reality of the state and local tax deduction.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
And then you have this extraordinary statement on May 8th.
I don't have any peas.
No action.
This is leaves, organic leaf spinach.
I guess in Texas they say all hat, no
feels
cap.
Good. No frozen lemons or cinnamon. I've got a heating pad too.
That brings us to this letter that was written.
Another one?
Prolific writers. Mr. Speaker, in the House Republican Conference. On June 6th, I'm really confused. By this combination of this particular letter, followed by an interesting statement that was made after the Senate passed Donald Trump's One Big Ugly Bill by Lisa Murkowski. And maybe somebody, Mr. Speaker, can help me reconcile these statements. Because all of us in the House and in the Senate were independently elected.
Actually, it really is
to
good.
stand up on behalf of our constituents in the chambers that we serve in. I'm going to get back to that point momentarily. So in the House, we passed this One Big Ugly Bill initially in late May. It devastated Medicaid, devastated nutritional assistance, devastated the clean energy economy.
The cold hurts.
It actually is benefiting red state after red state after red state in the United States of America. And so, members of the House Republican Conference wrote to Majority Leader Thune and Chairman Crapo. This is after passing a bill in the House of Representatives that devastated the clean energy tax cuts that they are talking about.
No, I just wrenched my neck.
In this letter.
And it's
on June 6th.
Been bad.
It says, as members of the House Republican Conference, we write to express our continued support.
Is that Tylenol?
For common sense energy
I only have
policy.
Tylenol PM. And I took it last night and it didn't do anything.
And to urge the Senate to substantively and strategically improve
Leigh, that's interesting.
clean energy tax credit provisions included in the House-passed reconciliation bill. I mean, what is happening right now? Maybe I don't understand the legislative process. So in this letter, it goes on to say,
certainly takes your mind off the pain.
in relationship to a bill that every single signatory
is that Tylenol or is that a
signed and voted for. Our position has always been that the energy tax code should be modernized in a way that promotes fiscal responsibility and business certainty. Fully realizing that balance requires improvements to the House-passed version of H.R. 1. We believe that the Senate now has a critical opportunity to restore common sense and deliver a truly pro-energy growth final bill that protects
I did take a hot shower last night just to see if I could get it
while also unleashing the potential of U.S. energy producers, manufacturers, and workers. In other words,
thank
every
you
single one of these
so much, Max.
Jen Kiggins, Brian Fitzpatrick, Juan Ciscomani, Nick Lolo, Mike Lawler, Andrew Garbarino, Don Bacon, Mark Amadei, Gabe Evans, Young Kim, David Valadeo.
You're really getting on Valadeo.
Bresnahan and Thomas H. Kane Jr. Every single one of these signatories voted for a House bill that undermined the clean energy economy, noted that it would hurt their own constituents, voted for the bill anyway, and then begged the Senate to make a difference. That's not how we should be legislating in the United States House of Representatives.
I will. I just keep trying to stretch it out.
That's not how you legislate, particularly when every single House Democrat voted against the bill.
Meowing Star, you're
the
perfect.
House limped out of the House by a single vote. So every single signatory on this letter could have stopped the bill that you yourself, Mr. Speaker, indicated the signatories of this letter damaged the very thing they claim to be fighting for. I'm confused, perplexed, flummoxed at what the heck is going on. Extraordinary.
That does make sense, Jane. Yeah. Aren't there tendons that
I'm just overwhelmed
connect?
by the amount of correspondence. I had to just pick out the ones that were most extraordinary to make sure that they were entered into the record. The most recent one on the subject of Medicaid was written on June 24th. It was directed to the Honorable John Thune, Majority Leader of the United States Senate, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Mr. Speaker, Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, think it had, by my count, 16 members. No surprise, y'all. It was authored by David Valadao. I mean, these letters can make up a book, Mr. Speaker. David Valadao, Juan Ciscomani, Rob Bresnahan. Mr. Speaker, these are just facts. Chuck Edwards, Young Kim.
I see, yes. Thanks, Malian Star.
Garbarino.
I think they're putting people behind him that have districts heavily affected and maybe
Mike Lawler,
swapping
Jen
seats so more districts see their rep and
Higgins,
not
the
only
gang is
present
all
but
here
engaged.
again.
That's good. I agree with that, Meowing Star.
Jeff Van Drew, Don Bacon, Dan Newhouse, Zach Nunn, Robert J. Whitman, Nicole Maliatakis, Marionette J. Miller Meeks, and Jeff Hurd. 16 members, Mr. Speaker, of the House Republican Conference. In a letter written to you, Mr. Speaker, and the Honorable John Thune, Majority Leader of the United States Senate, on June 24th, and here's the most extraordinary statement that was written in this letter. In the second to last paragraph, I think we call that the penultimate paragraph. In the second to last paragraph, it says, protecting Medicaid is essential for the vulnerable constituents we were elected to represent. Therefore, we cannot support a final bill that threatens access to coverage or jeopardizes the stability of our hospitals and providers. Mr. Speaker, 16 members of the House Republican Conference, who just a few days ago made clear on the record that they will not support devastating cuts to Medicaid. 16 members. All we need, Mr. Speaker, are 4 Republicans from this group to join us, and we can stop these devastating cuts to Medicaid. Join us. Join us. Join us. We welcome you with open arms into the warm embrace of members of Congress who are here to protect the health care of the American people. Just 4 y'all, we welcome you with open arms into the warm embrace of members of Congress determined to protect the health care of the American people. All we need
Y'all coming in hot with the links.
are 4. And so many of y'all are on record. So as I conclude this section of this particular presentation, and we still got some ground to cover, we're going to continue as House Democrats to take our sweet time on behalf of the American people, because the issues are too significant to ever walk away from. I just want to turn to a statement that was issued by Senator Lisa Murkowski. I want to give some love to the other side of the Capitol. And again, Mr. Speaker,
That's a lot, butterflies.
these are just the words that were issued. I'm not even trying to characterize the words. But the American people need to hear these words. from the people that was sent to Congress to protect their interests. Senator Lisa Murkowski says this was one of the hardest votes I have taken during my time in the Senate. Let me just editorialize there briefly. This should not be a hard vote, Senator Murkowski. This should be a hell no vote on behalf of the people you were sent to Washington to represent. It's a hell no vote for us because we're standing up on behalf of the American people. It should be a hell no vote. But, Mr. Speaker, these are the words. Senator Murkowski says this was one of the hardest votes I have taken during my time in the Senate. And then she keeps it real. As far as I can tell, she says, but let's not kid ourselves. This has been an awful process. Mr. Speaker, those are the words of a Republican senator, not us. This has been an awful process, a frantic rush to meet an artificial deadline that has tested every limit of this institution. While we have worked to improve the present bill for Alaska, it is not good enough for the rest of our nation. And we all know it. Yes, Senator Murkowski, we all know this one big, ugly bill will devastate everyday Americans across this country. And yet, in the concluding paragraph, this comes after Senator Murkowski voted for this bill, the deciding vote in the United States Senate, says, my sincere hope is that this is not the final product. This bill needs more work across chambers and is not ready for the president's desk. We need to work together to get this right. So let me get this straight. I think the number was 16 House Republicans, Mr. Speaker, vote for a bill they know will hurt the communities, Mr. Speaker, that they represent. Vote for the bill anyway, when any one of them could have stopped this bill from ever leaving the House of Representatives, and then write a letter to the senators in the other side of the Capitol saying, fix this bill. When any single one of them could have stopped the bill dead in its tracks. And then Senator Murkowski, in her chamber, turns out to be the deciding vote for a bill that she says, Mr. Speaker, is not good enough for the rest of the nation, and we all know it, votes for it anyway, and then begs the House to fix the bill. That is not how the people's business should be done in the United States Congress. We have a responsibility to stand up for what is right and stand up for what is right in the chamber that we serve in. That's what we should all be doing. And so our House Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, have one last opportunity to join us as Democrats. Every single Democrat who's going to stand up and protect the health care of the American people, stand up and protect the nutritional assistance of the American people, stand up and protect our farmers, stand up and protect our veterans, stand up and protect the clean energy economy, stand up to protect our public schools. Every single one of my House Republican colleagues have the opportunity now in this chamber, not the other chamber, in this chamber, to join us as Democrats and stand up for what is right. The eyes of America are watching. Started this process, Mr. Speaker, 3:28 in the morning, this debate. Took to the House floor, maybe an hour and a half after that. And we still have a lot to say. On behalf of the American people. For such a time as this, every single one of us have an opportunity to stand up for what is right here in the United States of America. I want to speak for just a few moments about some of the people who've been targeted in a callous way by this administration, some of the stories that need to be told on behalf of the American people. I mentioned, of course, Mr. Speaker, throughout this process, we have been thankful for the stories shared by everyday Americans who went to bed last night fearing the worst and have woken up this morning horrified by Donald Trump's one big ugly bill that will hurt everyday Americans and rewards billionaires with massive tax breaks that will serve to devastate the social safety net and explode our nation's debt. And so I want to tell a few stories on behalf of our nation's veterans who've also written to us to share their concerns with this one big ugly bill. Victoria from Arizona.
Get him more water.
Wrote to us, Mr. Speaker, said, "My husband and I are patriots. We are both Army veterans who were disabled as a result of our service. We have 5 children and run a small electrical contracting business. We live on a fixed income and, like most families, have struggled with rising costs. One of our sons is adopted. He is a wonderful, loving 7-year-old who has autism and ADHD. He qualifies for Medicaid because he was adopted, and it has been the saving grace for his health and well-being. Medicaid is the reason we were able to get his formal diagnosis of his autism and ADHD. It also covers his regular doctor's visits and dental care. We use Medicaid to access in-home therapy for him, and it was a huge help. Slashing Medicaid will have especially dire consequences for rural communities like ours. Forcing hospitals to close. Health resources are already slim in our area. And then this Army veteran writes, President Trump is causing enormous stress and hardship for families like mine. He and his billionaire friends don't need more tax breaks. It's outrageous. The last thing we should even be considering is cutting Medicaid. These programs are lifelines. We agree with you, Victoria. She lives in Arizona's 6th Congressional District. District, Mr. Speaker, currently represented by Congressman Juan Ciscomani. Troy, another veteran, lives in California, Mr. Speaker. Lives in a district currently represented by Jay Obernalte. That's California's 23rd congressional district, I believe. He writes to us and says, I was in the U.S. Army and went to Kosovo in 2001, Iraq in 2003, and 2005. I depend on the VA as I am too disabled to work. I depend on VA health care. My children are now on Medicaid. I have worked from when I was 14 years old to 42. I am suffering from long COVID. And until I can return to work, I need help from the American people. I have had your backs. Time for you to cover my back, writes Troy. Mr. Speaker, I need NIH's help. Now is the time to stand up for all Americans. Stop the assault on the VA, NIH, Medicaid, and the rest of Americans. We agree with you, Troy. It's time to stop the assault on the American people. Stop the assault that is represented in this one big, ugly bill. Christy, another veteran, wrote to us and says, I was drafted in 1970. My choice was incarceration or militarization.
Yes, butterflies.
So I enlisted in the Navy and became a Navy corpsman serving on the USS Long Beach, CGN 9, and her Marine detachment, where I was assigned to the 3rd Marines, 1st Medical Battalion. I was blessed. I lived through 2 tours, giving medical care to my shipmates. Every other day, I was assigned to flight ops, to transfer or pick up the wounded and dead Marines from shore to ships waiting offshore about 8 miles. I hated the smells of war. This veteran writes, death and misery were my constant companions. The war left me unsettled, mentally and morally corrupt. For 50 years, I have suffered with my PTSD, which went undiagnosed for years. After 12 years of VA therapy and working hard for my soul to be repaired, I find myself living alone and isolating from others. And I am one of the lucky ones, thanks to the care I have received from the VA. Veterans pouring out their heart and their soul, sharing their anxiety with all of us, urging this Congress to do something, to stand up on behalf of the veterans who are going to be hurt by this one big ugly bill, devastated by this one big ugly bill. We also heard, Mr. Speaker, from Timothy, who I believe may have written to us from the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He says, "My name is Timothy. And for the past 5 years, I have worked at the Department of Housing and Urban Development in field policy and management, a Department of Housing and Urban Development that was once led so ably by our former colleague, Congresswoman Marcia Fudge, and now has been taken in a very different direction." Timothy writes, "In this role, I've educated the community about HUD's programs such as FHA loans and housing counseling that allow people to purchase homes, affordable rental housing that help people pay their rent, and homeless services that help people find shelter and leave the streets. I have worked with internal data that focused on improving our programs. Most recently, I worked with a team that hired people from housing authorities and Job Corps with the goal of providing people a career and a way off government assistance. Those incredible people, along with myself, have been fired by Elon Musk's Doge. My entire professional career, I have taken jobs that I considered bigger than me. I served in the military, both enlisted and as an officer. I deployed and am now a disabled vet with a rating of 90%. After the military, I focused on giving back and challenging myself in a way while continuing a job that was bigger than myself, so I joined the Peace Corps. Served in Ukraine for years, working as a youth development volunteer. Now as a HUD employee, I'm being fired by an unelected official and being called lazy by my president. I want to know why Elon Musk has this power and authority and why our elected officials are not doing more to stop it. I have served this country and the government my entire life because I love my country. Why is this happening? Tim writes to us. That is such an important question, Mr. Speaker. Why is this happening in the United States of America? Why are we living in a country where this administration has launched an all-out assault on veterans in the United States of America, firing veterans like Tim in the United States of America, jeopardizing services from the VA, earned benefits that these veterans are entitled to because of their extraordinary service. Men and women in uniform who serve this country, Mr. Speaker, benefits that they've earned, and now find themselves in the legislative line of fire from their own government, their own country, and stand to be hurt in such an extraordinary way by this extreme Republican budget, this one big, ugly bill. We're here on the House floor, Mr. Speaker, to say to Tim and every single veteran who put on the uniform, every single man and woman who served this country, we will not abandon you in your hour of need. Right. We're going to stand up for every single veteran in this great country and make sure that the veterans of the United States of America are treated with the dignity and respect that you deserve. That is our promise to each and every veteran in the United States of America, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we stand in strong opposition to Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. An all-out assault here in the United States of America, an extraordinary assault. An assault on the economy, an assault on our veterans, an assault on farm country, an assault on health care, an assault on nutritional assistance. And of course, this one big ugly bill and the Trump administration, I wish it was not so. Because at the beginning of this Congress, Mr. Speaker, I stood right where you stand right now and said in my first remarks to this Congress and the American people that as Democrats, we were prepared to find common ground on any issue to make a difference in the lives of the American people we all represent. But then, Mr. Speaker, beginning on January 20th, a flood of extremism, the likes of which have never before been seen.
I did see that.
In the United States of America.
That was a good statement, or good question.
Has been unleashed on the American people. An all-out assault on the American way of life.
Oh, good. 202-224-3121. Thank you.
An assault on
Thank you, Meowing Star.
businesses that is underway here in the United States of America. We should all recognize that small businesses represent the heart and soul of the American economy. And if we're going to stand up for any group of people here in the United States of America, in addition to our veterans, our men and women in uniform, and I'm proud that I stand here as the son of someone who once wore the uniform. My father, he's in heaven right now. Marlon Jeffries grew up in Newark. His nickname was Pudding. One of my regrets is that I never got to ask him, how did he get the nickname Pudding? But he left Newark as a high school graduate and put the uniform on, enlisted in the Air Force, and served in Germany during the Cold War. We have to stand up for our veterans, stand up for small businesses. And we've heard a lot throughout this process about concerns from small business entrepreneurs here in the United States of America. Heard from Mercedes, lives in the great state of Colorado. Mercedes writes, my husband and I are the owners of a small business. Without the ACA, my family would not be able to afford health insurance. My daughter also receives free dental coverage as a result of the ACA. I still have major issues with our health care system, but at least we have health insurance. My mother, who is retired, also receives benefits from Medicaid in addition to her Medicare. She would not be able to afford health insurance or dental insurance due to the fact she lives on a fixed income. Any cuts to these programs would be detrimental to our health and welfare as a family. I want to thank Mercedes for reaching out and sharing her story because it helps to put to bed the lie that's been told, Mr. Speaker, by some people in this town. That the people, the everyday Americans who are participating in, have access to programs like the Affordable Care Act, are unworthy, aren't hardworking American taxpayers. They are hardworking American taxpayers. A group of people that real leaders in this country, beginning in modern American history, as I illustrated earlier from President Franklin Delano Roosevelt all the way through, our most recent president, who we served with in the last Congress, have recognized that we have a sacred obligation to stand up for everyday Americans who are struggling right now,
here,
including our small business entrepreneurs, the heart and soul of the American economy who right now are dealing with such economic uncertainty because of the erratic, reckless, and dangerous Trump tariffs that have unleashed so much chaos and uncertainty, raising costs for small business owners all across the country, undermining their ability to fully achieve their entrepreneurial dreams. This is not who we should be in the United States of America. Small business owners under assault by this administration. And there's a target on the back of many of these small business owners as a result of this one big, ugly bill. Janice wrote to us. She's from the great state of Michigan, the heartland of our country. So thankful to all the members of the Michigan delegation and what they represent. Janice, however, she resides, Mr. Speaker, in the 7th Congressional District, represented by Congressman Tom Barrett.
Hi, Kim.
Says that small business owner,
it's kind of a
mother,
goof morning, too. So.
ACA
Hi,
recipient
Lolcat.
in Michigan,
do we ever really celebrate freedom?
who recently
Really?
spoke about how Trump's tariffs would potentially
If some of
force
us
her
aren't free, then none of us are free.
to close her business, which has given her family a
Oh,
livelihood
Karen, you're so sweet. Oh,
for a
that's so
decade and
sweet.
helped put
There's got to be a protest. I'm going to be out
two
there.
children through
I don't know about
college.
anyone else.
I just don't understand
I'll be out there by myself if I have to.
why Trump thinks putting tariffs will help American businesses. It's not. She writes, it's going to decimate us. People like us will be hit
The
the hardest.
steam will be good for my neck.
But then Janice shows the great resolve of the American people, the great spirit of resilience
No.
of the American people, the refusal to run away from difficult circumstances.
And some muscle
Janice writes,
relaxer.
people like us
That should keep it interesting,
will be hit the hardest.
shouldn't it?
But Janice then writes, I refuse to call it quits. I won't give in to him. Janice, neither will House Democrats. Not now, not ever. We will never give in to this type of extremism as being unleashed on the American people. We will continue to stand up for you. One last small business owner that
Oh, there you go, Leigh. I love it. Little human billboard
I'd like to
action.
mention-
Whoop, whoop.
so many who've written to us.
I don't know, Meowing Star. Voltaren over the
Stories I
counter.
wanna
Okay, thank you, Just Dan.
Be able to
Voltaren. I think I've
share,
heard of
but-
that. Perfect.
let me perhaps go back to the Big Apple, the great state of New York. But let me also say to the American people, one of the ways in which we've received all of these stories, and we urge you to continue to share these stories from all across the land. You can share your story with us at democraticleader.house.gov/share your story. democraticleader.house.gov/share your story. We want to hear from the American people as to how we can best represent your interests on this day and on all days moving forward, because your stories are powerful. Your stories will continue to give us the resolve to fight for an America that's fair and just, an America where every single person can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good retirement, and of course a good education for your children. That's not too much to ask in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Work hard, play by the rules, and every single American should be able to afford to live the good life. But we know that in this country, far too many people are living paycheck to paycheck. Far too many small business entrepreneurs living paycheck to paycheck. And justifiably expect better from this government. We should be working hard in a bipartisan way to make their life better, not unleashing shock, awe, and pain on the American people. That's what this one big ugly bill will do. Devastate everyday Americans. Linda writes to us, a small business owner. I believe she's from the North Country. Lives in New York's 21st Congressional District, Mr. Speaker. Linda's a flower farmer and flower importer in upstate New York. Small business has been impacted by Trump's tariffs on products being imported from Western Europe, the Netherlands, I believe.
I think I have some. I wish I had some arnica. Arnica would be helpful, I think.
Imposed by the tariffs on small business owners operating on slim margins has caused Linda and her customers to incur additional expenses.
Are people protesting in the Capitol or
Linda
something?
tells us, Mr. Speaker, everything was going really well until the tariffs. And now she worries the business will go bankrupt and be forced to close if the tariffs stay in place. How is it that we're living in America where President Trump, Mr. Speaker, and House Republicans promised to address the high cost of living in the United States, promised to lower costs on day one. But costs aren't going down, they're going up. And as a result of these Trump tariffs, are now at risk of experiencing thousands of dollars per year in additional costs. And there is nothing in this one big ugly bill that is going to meaningfully make the lives of everyday Americans, of hardworking American taxpayers, of working class folks, of middle class folks, of all those Americans who aspire to be part of the middle class, of the poor and the sick and the afflicted. Nothing in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill that will meaningfully make their life more affordable. An all-out assault on the economy We're dealing with an all-out assault on health care, on Medicaid, on the Affordable Care Act, on the Children's Health Insurance Program. All-out assault on the care, Mr. Speaker, being provided
Okay, thanks, Max.
by Planned Parenthood. The medical care being provided by Planned Parenthood that is jeopardized in this very bill. All-out assault on
I'm not
hungry
much of a
children,
pill
on hungry
taker anyway,
veterans,
so
and on hungry seniors, millions of people who will lose their nutritional assistance, will go hungry. Food is being ripped out of their mouths by this one big, ugly bill.
yeah, we don't need that. We don't need
Mr.
that.
Speaker, that
I'm really hoping this
many
thing works itself out today.
of my
what
Republican
I'm
colleagues
hoping.
seem prepared to support, notwithstanding their prior statements on the record to the contrary.
I just want it to stop aching. You know what I mean? Like, ugh.
On veterans, an all-out assault represented in this bill on small business owners and entrepreneurs who are the heart and soul of our economy. And this bill also represents an all-out assault on law-abiding immigrant families.
Yes, that is a good point, Meowing Star.
And Mr. Speaker, we're going to
I'm
tell
very honest with my
their
doctors.
stories as well. We're going to tell their stories.
Sounds like a Tuesday.
We're going to
right?
tell their stories. Because what's happening in this country, an all-out assault on law-abiding immigrant families, is unconscionable, unacceptable, and it's un-American. Because this is a country that should continue to pride itself as a nation anchored in the rule of law, and at the same time, a nation anchored in our journey as one of immigrants from all over the world. And we should never abandon that journey. We're approaching the 249th birthday of this great country, this exceptional country. And I believe, and we can go directly, if necessary, Mr. Speaker, to the words that were initially issued by Thomas Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence. And he went through a whole series of indictments against the king. That America, 13 colonies, which became the 13 states,
Hello, Theresa.
were working hard to break free
I don't
from.
know. I don't know what the floor record would be.
I mentioned earlier the Declaration of Independence, and of course some of the aspirational aspects of it. There are really two parts, as I can tell. I'm not a constitutional scholar. I'm thankful for the constitutional scholars that serve in this Congress. No one more constitutional and more scholarly than my friend and colleague, the top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin, who continues to lead the charge, standing up for the Constitution here in the United States of America. But as I read the Declaration of Independence, there seem to be two parts to it. There's the aspirational part, Mr. Speaker, of the Declaration of Independence. Of course, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We understand that now in a more enlightened way, all men, all women, all children, all of God's children created equally. That they are entitled to certain unalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so we spent a little time talking about what that could look like, our commitment to bringing about the American dream, the good life for every single person in this country, everybody. Work hard, play by the rules. You should be able to afford the good life in the United States of America. That's what we're going to continue to work on. Bring the American dream to life, consistent with that aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence, the life, the liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But then, as far as I can tell, there was also a second interesting part of the Declaration. It was the indictment against the king. And I commend everyone in this chamber, all of the American people who may be observing the proceedings in the House of Representatives, particularly as we approach July 4th, to read that Declaration of Independence. Perhaps I may even enter it into the record later on today. Because we're here, Mr. Speaker, to take our sweet time on behalf of the American people, to make sure as best we can, to cover all of the things that as Democrats we're fighting hard to defend during this extraordinary moment of assault directed at the American people.
Don't take medical advice from Oomph on that.
As a result of this one big, ugly bill.
All right, number 8.
That will hurt everyday Americans.
We're burning them up.
In order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks, and then exploding the deficit and the debt in ways that will jeopardize the future
McCarthy spoke 8.5 hours
of our children and our grandchildren. But the aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence, of course, that is often famously quoted. But then if you read other parts of the Declaration of Independence, extraordinarily written document, it lists, it reads like an indictment.
That stuff sounds really ouch.
Against the extremism of the king. It reads like an indictment against the kings. I think of King George. It reads like an indictment against King George's flood the zone strategy. It reads like an indictment against King George's shock and awe strategy.
Yes, I just ordered some, Jan. Thank you for that.
It reads like an indictment against what I think may have been called Project 1775.
Ooh.
Which is what brought us to Project 1776. And you look at this indictment, and one of the things it alludes to, it talks about, is the notion of the kings effort.
Look at Meowing Star has been monitoring this as well.
To stop the assimilation
look to them
of people from other parts of the world into the United States of America.
Johnson gets to speak after this, and then it goes into the final vote.
So we understand that from the very beginning of this great country, there was a recognition, of course, of the importance of immigration to the success and vitality of the United States of America. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, so there's no misrepresentation.
Now I'm wondering if we do have
House
one of
Democrats,
those
we
pads
understand the importance,
things.
the urgency of securing the border.
I think I might check and see if I have one.
We believe that our immigration system is broken.
Max.
And that it should be fixed in a comprehensive and bipartisan way. So many leaders in that effort, so many big ideas were willing to partner in a bipartisan way. Pramila Jayapal, Linda Sanchez, Adriano Espaillat, Tom Suozzi, so many others. Veronica Escobar, we want to partner to fix our broken immigration system in a bipartisan and comprehensive way, secure our border. But we're also going to make sure we stand up for our nation's heritage, a nation of immigrants, which continues to this very day. It's an important part of American exceptionalism, and as far as I can tell, in my reading of the original document, the writings of the founders of this great country, the framers of the Constitution, they recognized it from the very beginning. They weren't perfect. We didn't have a perfect start. But of course, as the preamble to the United States Constitution set forth, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union. Mr. Speaker, we've been set on this magical course, our march toward a more perfect union. And the immigration journey has always been an important part of the American journey. That's why it's heartbreaking to see some of the things that are happening in the country right now. The targeting in such an extraordinary way of law-abiding immigrant families, including American citizens. How can this be in the United States of America? Some people who might suggest that we should stay away from these stories. No, I'm going to lean into this part of the American journey because we support our heritage as a nation of immigrants. And we're going to stand up for dreamers, stand up for farm workers, stand up for law-abiding immigrant families all across this country. U.S. citizen children have been deported, Mr. Speaker. Is this who we've become in the United States of America? How can this be? This is extraordinary. 2-year-old American named Manu Borges Santos was born in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in September of 2022. February, she was taken into custody in Florida alongside her mother and father, both of whom were undocumented. And as a result of this situation, 2-year-old Manu was deported to Brazil. Because of the Trump administration, Manu, a U.S. citizen, only 2 years old, is now effectively stateless. Manu is not a citizen or resident of Brazil. This is a 2-year-old girl, an American citizen. Removed from her homeland, but can't get legal status in her parents' ancestral home. And as a result of her inability to get citizenship down in South America, because she's an American citizen, she has no right to routine pediatric checkups, even though Brazil has a public health system, cannot easily enroll in daycare.
What if he's not going to see my comment again? What happened? Lolo, try a wet towel. I did see it. I'm so sorry, darling. I am going to try that.
I think we are better than this. We've got to find a better way.
Sorry.
Because
sometimes I do miss things. Oh.
I thought this administration promised, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, exactly, Kim.
To target
the money for the
violent felons.
Militarization of our country is disgusting.
Not 2-year-old American citizens. That's unacceptable. As far as I can tell, in the United States of America. Target violent felons all you want. We support that. They should be deported. But why are resources being spent targeting 2-year-old American children? That's not American. And I don't believe the American people support that. Mr. Speaker, that's not what this country should be all about. Manu wasn't the only one. The only American citizen who's been targeted by the deportation machine, a deportation machine that will be unleashed on steroids by this one big ugly bill. We know that, in fact, is the case. That's not hyperbole. It's not a hypothetical. It's not hype. J.D. Vance told us the other day, don't worry about the cuts to Medicaid. Don't worry about the fact that this is the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Don't worry about the fact that millions of Americans, more than 17 million Americans, will lose their health care, and many more will experience higher premiums, copays, and deductibles, whose life will measurably get worse as a result of this one big ugly bill. Vice President J.D. Vance said, don't worry about that because it's all about the deportation machine. That's not targeting violent felons. Apparently, much of what has been unleashed on the American people targeting American citizens, like a 2-year-old American girl with the initials VML, who was deported alongside her mother and sister to Honduras without any meaningful due process. VML was taken into custody by ICE on April 22nd. April 22nd happens to be the birthday of my mom. I love you, Miss Lanita Jeffries. If you're watching right now, I love you. My younger brother and I, we thank you for what you did, for your sacrifice in raising us. to try to be the best citizens that we can be. VML was taken into custody by ICE on April 22nd while attending a routine check-in at a New Orleans immigration office with her mother. VML's undocumented mother had no criminal history. And had she been allowed due process, they could have contested the removal. Instead, this 2-year-old American citizen was never given a chance to exercise her rights by the Trump administration. That is not who we are. We are better than this in the United States of America. Carlos or Carrie Lopez Alvarado,
I agree.
a U.S. citizen, arrested while she was 9 months pregnant, masked men wearing Border Patrol uniforms.
Oh, well, it's all right.
Followed by a white truck into a building's private parking in the city of Hawthorne. In that truck was Carrie's partner, Brian. When she tried asking questions about who the agents were and what authority they had to arrest her partner, she was arrested. And Carrie, an American citizen, recounted that they started grabbing me from both sides, and I ducked down to sort of shield my stomach because I was afraid. An American citizen afraid that they were going to hurt me. She told them her due date. She was 9 months pregnant. Apparently, these CBP officers responded, okay, your baby is going to be born here, but you're from Mexico, right? They were wrong. They were detaining an American citizen. This is what has been unleashed on the American people. One last story that I feel compelled to share on this issue. Mr. Speaker, I still got some ground to cover.
Take your time. Take your time.
On a few other issues of importance to the American people, but one last story that I think needs to be shared, Mr. Speaker, in connection with this issue. This received some attention, some notoriety. Americans were horrified, should be horrified. All of us should be horrified. I'll never forget the journey that we were originally on. Set forth, spoken to by the founders of this country. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. How can we forget that at this moment in time? One last story in this area that I feel compelled to share, Mr. Speaker. Story of Narciso Barranco, 48-year-old undocumented landscaper who has been in the United States since the 1990s and has no criminal record. Here's the thing that got me about this story. It caused me to ask the question about this particular moment, the type of deportation machine that has been unleashed on the American people. Narciso, this landscaper, raised 3 American sons, all of whom became Marines, 2 of whom are currently, Mr. Speaker, on active duty Marines. His sons, juggling their military assignments, have been trying to deal with the costs and the paperwork required to adjust their father's immigration status through parole in place, a program which allows undocumented members of military families to apply for a green card. But these men in uniform, juggling their military assignments, had not gotten there yet. So after 3 decades, living, working, and raising a family of patriots in the United States, Narciso was violently arrested while he was mowing the grass at an IHOP restaurant. We don't have to speculate as to whether this was true or not. In a video captured of the incident,
increase in their uninsured rates of 3 percentage points or more. Please look at the link that Gal shared
with pepper gas.
I have it, and I'll include it in the description too.
He was detained on the ground. He was not resisting.
About half of the 16 million who would be uninsured in this scenario live in Florida, Texas, California, New York, and Georgia.
While he was on the ground. Let me park right there parenthetically for a moment.
This is so disgusting.
It seems to me that every other law enforcement professional in the United States of America has to disclose their identity in a way that is identifiable.
Thank you. Thank you.
These masks need to come down.
Thank you.
They need to come down.
They need to identify themselves.
They need to come down.
They need to allow filming.
These agents should just be held to the same set of standards as every other law enforcement officer.
That is correct.
In the United States of America.
Right there. Very, very, very important.
And if you don't understand,
people can't even document what's happening without being threatened with bodily harm.
Just study the case of Narciso. His oldest son, a Marine veteran, said in an interview, what we weren't prepared for and didn't prep him for was these guys attacking him. We never expected anything like that. We expected these guys to act professionally.
I expect them to leave him alone.
And up to the standards of the United States government. Are masked, armed federal agents who beat people on the ground really the standards the United States government should be standing by? Are these the types of actions, Mr. Speaker, that House Republicans endorse and support? This is not the way that anyone in the United States of America should be treated, particularly the father of 3 patriotic Marines. No one should be treated this way, but certainly not the father of 3 patriotic Marines in the United States of America. It's outrageous. It's out of control. And it's completely and totally unacceptable. Unacceptable. Unacceptable here in the United States of America. We are better than this. Better than this. Mr. Speaker, I've talked about the aspirational
Oh, thank you, Gal. That's a good idea. Medicaid
vision
cuts
that we have
would
for
affect states led by GOP governors, but they're
a
silent.
country where everybody can afford to live the good life and work hard, play by the rules, experience the American dream, live the good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for their children, and a good retirement. That's not too much to ask in the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, a great country, an exceptional country, as Abraham Lincoln once observed in a speech in the chamber of the House of Representatives. America, the last best hope of earth. Spent a little time talking about the type of things, the type of America that we should be working hard at a bipartisan way to bring about, and spent some time critiquing this one big, ugly bill. And it's not like Republicans, Mr. Speaker, weren't given every opportunity to try to address the concerns that we have raised. I'm thankful for my colleagues in all of the committees of jurisdiction who worked hard, pulling all-nighters, offering amendments to try to improve this one big, ugly bill.
Theresa.
We've actually introduced throughout this process.
Is that Tate or something? I don't know who's that. Which one is
Mr.
this?
Speaker, hundreds of amendments. Just yesterday before the
There you go. Call,
Rules
call,
Committee,
call.
hundreds of amendments.
Oh, Paul J.
And before that,
It's all right.
in late May, when the initial bill
Welcome.
was being debated
I hope yesterday
in a
went
marathon
okay.
session before the Rules Committee, more than 125 or so Democrats offering more than 500 different amendments to improve this bill, to stand up for the American people. Doing so over and over and over again throughout this process. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's
That's
important
my
for
favorite number, 3.
the American people to understand
You
what
got
exactly House Republicans have rejected. What changes have House Republicans rejected to this one big, ugly bill? We repeatedly tried to offer an amendment, both in rules and on the House floor on behalf of the American people, to strike every single provision that would cause the largest cuts to health care and food assistance in history, which will result in 17 million people or more losing health coverage and jeopardizing nutritional benefits for about 42 million Americans who might otherwise go hungry. Republicans voted down that amendment. I believe it was Representative Amelia Sykes had an amendment to strike the Medicaid cuts in the bill to prevent millions of people from losing their health insurance and to stop hospitals and nursing homes from shutting their doors. Republicans voted down that amendment. Representative Judy Chu had an amendment striking cuts to the Affordable Care Act. Cuts that are in this one big ugly bill that will cause millions of everyday Americans to lose their health insurance or experience having their costs go up. Mr. Speaker,
yeah, it's a hard habit to break.
that Republicans voted down that amendment.
Here's to you.
Representative Lauren Underwood from the great state of Illinois had an amendment, and I wish I could go through all of the amendments that have been introduced, but I'm going to highlight as many as I can. Representative Lauren Underwood had an amendment to ensure that people who get their insurance through the ACA, Obamacare, will not see their premiums increase. As I mentioned earlier, that as a result of this one big, ugly bill,
oh, this is
Mr.
good.
Speaker, premiums,
this is very
copays,
good.
and deductibles are going to go up for millions of Americans. Many will lose coverage. And so this amendment was introduced to ensure that people who get their insurance through the ACA will not see their premiums increase this year, which is expected to cause 5 million people to lose coverage. Mr. Speaker, Republicans voted down that amendment. Representative Kelly Morrison had an amendment that strikes the defunding of Planned Parenthood, which provides access to life-saving cancer screenings and reproductive health care. Now, last year, Republicans, Mr. Speaker, promised that reproductive health care, reproductive freedom was a state issue. President Trump promised that reproductive health care, reproductive freedom was a state issue. And yet in this bill, there's a backdoor attack on reproductive freedom by targeting health care, preventative health care, that Planned Parenthood provides to millions of people all across this country. Representative Kelly Morrison had an amendment that strikes the defunding of Planned Parenthood, which provides access to life-saving cancer screenings along with reproductive health care. Republicans voted that down. Let me pause there parenthetically just to make one observation on this issue of reproductive freedom. What we're seeing right now in the House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, Republicans unleashing a march toward a nationwide abortion ban. That's what's going on right now. What does this provision have to do with making life more affordable for everyday Americans? Nothing. This is all part of a right-wing ideological extreme effort to undermine reproductive freedom in the United States of America. Let me make something clear, Mr. Speaker. House Democrats believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, a decision that should be between a woman, her family, her faith, and her doctors. That's it.
I hope you're feeling better.
Full stop. And we will continue to fight for reproductive freedom in the United States of America. And we will not rest, Mr. Speaker, until the Women's Health Protection Act becomes the law of the land here in the United States of America. Big difference between us and them. Big difference. Mr. Speaker, Representative Johanna Hayes introduced an amendment to strike all provisions that would cut food assistance for children, seniors, and veterans. Republicans voted that down. How cruel. How cruel. Representative Shontel Brown had an amendment to strike burdensome red tape requirements that threaten nutritional assistance for millions of Americans and their families. Republicans voted that down. I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, this notion that Republicans are trying to spin to the American people that the attack on nutritional assistance, imposing these paperwork requirements, or as Frank Pallone would say, red tape requirements, that's all about waste, fraud, and abuse. I think common sense suggests to us it has nothing to do with waste, fraud, and abuse. Mr. Speaker, I made clear earlier that as House Democrats, we believe that as custodians of taxpayer dollars, we need to make sure that we are spending that money efficiently, effectively, and equitably. And that we are committed to eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse wherever it may be found.
Interesting.
I mean, one of the things that's interesting about this bill,
I would like to read that.
It appears to be part of the deal that was negotiated by the senator from Alaska, is that the states apparently that have the highest error rates with respect to supplemental nutritional assistance are shielded from the initial impact of the nutritional assistance cuts. Let's think about that for a moment. How can it be that Republicans, Mr. Speaker, are claiming that this bill has anything to do with waste, fraud, and abuse, and yet the states with the highest error rate, as Republicans during the Rules Committee acknowledged,
there should be far more demand for a copy of the analysis.
From Jim McGovern and Mary Gay Scanlon and Jonah Goose and Teresa Fernandez, acknowledged that the states with the highest error rates actually shielded from the initial impact of the cuts to supplemental nutritional assistance. Angie Craig pointed this out. It exposes, in my view, the lie being told, Mr. Speaker, by some in this town that this effort, this one big, ugly bill, is somehow about combating waste, fraud, and abuse. One of the reasons why we know common sense dictates that this one big ugly bill has nothing to do with meaningfully going after waste, fraud, and abuse is that, on average, SNAP beneficiaries receive $6 per day to try to help them not go hungry, to try to make sure that veterans and children and seniors don't go hungry. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for the American people to process. That's what SNAP on average provides, $6 per day. At the same time, Elon Musk, his federal contracts, as we understand it, amount to $8 million per day.
That
Mr. Speaker, if Republicans were really serious about targeting waste, fraud, and abuse in the United States of America, start there. $8 million per day. Start right there. Don't take it, don't rip it from the mouths of children, seniors, or veterans. If Republicans were really serious about targeting waste, fraud, and abuse, start right there with Elon Musk. And we'll join you. We'll welcome you into the warm embrace of the House Democratic Caucus to target waste, fraud, and abuse.
I do that all the time.
Start right there.
Press release and other documents possibly written by AI? Oh my
right
God.
There, Mr. Speaker. Start right there. Ranking members Jim McGovern and Bobby Scott had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to prohibit the bill from going into effect unless cuts to Medicaid and SNAP would not result in fewer families being eligible.
It's the only thing that does
free
make
school
sense,
meals.
actually, for that speed.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans voted down that amendment. We can't find a way to stand up for school meals, for school breakfast, for school lunch. That's just cruel. It is callous. It's a corrupt perversion of this process.
Well,
targeting
AutoPen,
as this one big ugly bill does.
AI was community
school
noted.
Children, hungry school children in the United States of America. Speaker, Representative Mike Thompson had an amendment that would have ensured Americans would not see their energy costs go up, and to protect the millions of good-paying jobs that this bill will eliminate, because this one big ugly bill puts a target on the backs of the clean energy economy, on clean energy jobs, which result in cheaper energy and lower costs for the American people. We were told by President Donald Trump when he was on the campaign trail, costs would go down on day one. He was going to focus, we were told, on lowering the high cost of living in the United States of America. That's not what this bill does. And we know it, because 21 House Republicans made that clear. in a letter that I cited earlier that's now part of this public record. Representative
Is
Mike
someone
Thompson,
talking in addition to
supported
him?
by others, had an amendment. All of
Do you
these
hear a female voice in the background?
amendments co-sponsored by
Not mine.
members all across the gorgeous mosaic of the House Democratic Caucus. We're proud of the fact that we look like we represent, in the most intimate way possible, consistent with John Adams' original vision of the House of Representatives, that the House should be a portrait of the American people. That's what we represent. We're proud of that fact. The gorgeous mosaic of the American people. That's what we're all about, in the most intimate way possible. That's why we love the House. And what the House is supposed to represent, the best of the House, not what we're seeing on the floor right now. Mr. Speaker, Republicans voted down the amendment introduced by Representative Mike Thompson that was designed to ensure that Americans would not see their energy costs go up. It was also designed to protect the good-paying American jobs that were part of both the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act, the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act. And so this amendment was designed to lift up the principle of actually trying to create good-paying union jobs that actually allow people to provide a comfortable living in the United States of America. Amongst this all-out assault that we are witnessing in the United States is an all-out assault on organized labor, an assault on collective bargaining, an assault on the freedom to negotiate. What's the difference, Mr. Speaker, between us and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle? I think one of the things that is a clear difference, Mr. Speaker, is that we believe, we recognize
I love Representative Fernandez in the white suit so much.
Work hard, play by the rules.
She is so wonderful.
Imagine and dare to dream the ability to live the good life, to experience the American dream. An American dream that when you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family. Educate your children. Purchase a home. Have access to high-quality health care. Go on vacation every now and then. And then one day retire with grace and dignity. That's the American dream. That's the ability to afford and access the good life.
Have a good one. Thanks, Oomph. Good to see you.
And we believe as House Democrats that no single force in the United States of America has done more to bring the American dream to life than organized labor, and we will continue to stand up for organized labor today, tomorrow, and always. Not undermine good-paying union jobs. That's what this bill this one big ugly bill does in the United States of America. We're going to stand up. Stand up. Stand up for organized labor. This is personal to me. My parents, Marlon Jeffries, Lanita Jeffries,
Me too, Kim.
they raised us, my younger brother Hassan and I, they raised us in a working class union household. I'm thankful for that. We were raised in central Brooklyn. Now, my mom grew up in Connecticut. And I mentioned that must be Johanna Hayes. I don't see Rosa DeLauro on my sight line, but we're so thankful for all of the members of the Connecticut delegate. I'm an unofficial 6th member of the Connecticut delegation. My mom raised in Bristol, Connecticut. She went to Bristol High School. Thankful for my mom. And my dad, I mentioned earlier, he grew up in Newark. That must be LaMonica McIver. I grew up in Brick City. I mentioned earlier he had the nickname Pudding. I failed to ask him, but I'm going to see if my mom can unlock the key to that nickname for me. My mom grew up in Bristol, Connecticut, and my father grew up in Newark. And I mentioned earlier that he then went off to serve this country in uniform as an Air Force member, served in Germany during the Cold War. I think about that a lot. I didn't get to talk too much about it. I wish I would have had the opportunity to talk a little bit more with my dad about that. It's an extraordinary thing in the United States of America that someone could grow up in inner city Newark and then have the ability, in part, thanks to President Harry Truman, to serve with people of all races to defend this great country. I wish I would have had the opportunity to talk to my dad a little bit more about his experience in Germany, because the one thing that I've been able to take away from that experience was that he came back having fallen in love with Heinekens and Becks. But he came back after serving this country, Mr. Speaker, in uniform, as so many men and women do right now in uniform. And let me make clear, we're so thankful, we're so appreciative of the courage of the men and women in uniform who serve in the United States military, and we will always stand behind you. We thank you for your service, your patriotism, your courage, your heroism, and your sacrifice, lifting up the freedom that is America. You are not suckers, you are heroes. You're not suckers, you're heroes. We're thankful for your service. The men and women. No better hype person than Frederica Wilson. So my dad, as I mentioned, grew up in Newark. My mom in Bristol, Connecticut. So they meet at Central State University. Proud to note, a historically black college and university that has given so much. Historically black colleges and universities to the United States of America, and we will always stand behind you. Always stand behind you. We will always stand behind you. I wouldn't be here right now without a historically black college and university. I'll never run away from that. I will never run away from that. And we're proud of the fact, we can check the record, proud of the fact that over the last few years prior to this administration, historic investment in Hispanic serving institutions, in historically black colleges and universities, in higher education. That's part of who I am right now. I don't know if I'll have time to tell the story of my grandmother. Maybe I will. I got so many stories, I feel like I'm in a hip-hop studio right now. But they all relate to what makes us, every single one of us, every single Democrat, have a story to tell. A story to tell. Brooklyn will get that. Every single one of us have a story to tell. That leads us to this moment. It's the reason why we're fighting hard against this incredible and unprecedented assault on the American way of life and an assault on organized labor. So my parents, they meet Central State University, and Dad would tell us, my younger brother and I, that it was love at first sight. But apparently my mom said, not so fast. But it worked out. I'm thankful for that. They met at Central State University. And so, of course, I mentioned that mom from Connecticut, father from New Jersey. Why was it that we grew up in New York City? Apparently, they compromised and moved to Brooklyn. And so I'm raised in Brooklyn, New York, working class neighborhood, in the middle of the crack cocaine epidemic. Dangerous times in New York City. In a union household, proud that I grew up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church, still a member of the Cornerstone Baptist Church. Grew up in this union household. And Mr. Speaker, I land on that moment, and every single one of us as House Democrats have a similar story to tell about why in our heart, in our soul, in our essence, in our experience, we're so horrified by the attacks
That's a good question.
on organized labor. Because we understand the importance of what organized labor has meant to the American journey. My mom and dad were both public servants throughout their entire lives. My mom worked for 45 years, DC 37, the city of New York.
Simps.
My dad, he worked for 30 years. He was a member of the Public Employees Foundation. He was a substance abuse social worker dealing with addiction. During the heroin explosion of the 1970s, the crack cocaine epidemic of the 1980s. But they got married in 1967. And they were newlyweds. And many people familiar with the history of the labor movement, particularly in New York City, know that in 1967, the Social Service Employees Union, which they both belonged to at the time, famously went on strike for better pay, better health care, better working conditions, and most importantly, better service to the clients that they served. And I've thought about that fact. They were newlyweds. A few months in, and they had
Who brought a baby?
Make a decision. When the Social Service Employees Union went out on strike, whether they would cross the picket line, because it was unclear, perhaps, how they would pay for food and rent and clothing as newlyweds in a new city. Or,
that's true. Well, just in case,
Mr.
right,
Speaker,
Max?
were they going to
Hedges bet.
stand in solidarity with their union brothers and sisters? I'm so thankful, Mr. Speaker, when I learned that my parents made that decision to stand on that picket line for as long as it took in solidarity with their union brothers and sisters. That's part of our DNA. That's part of why we fight so hard. We can all trace a similar story.
I'll bet you can buy them in crypto.
An inheritance from our parents and our grandparents. All of us have that kind of story to tell. Why am I so thankful that my parents made what I believe was a tough personal decision, but of course the right decision?
Hi, Val.
It's because
Good morning.
what that union membership actually meant to my journey and my younger brother's journey. 1973,
that seems
my younger
quaint
brother
now.
was born with a serious heart condition. He's okay right now. He's doing well. Right now, he continues to say on social media that he's our mother's favorite son. Let me say from the House floor, no, you are not. I think she favors both of us. A younger brother, 1973, he's born with a serious heart condition. He's okay right now. He's born with a serious heart condition. I'm thankful that it was that union negotiated health care that got our family through that difficult moment. That's why we do what we do. Our own personal experience.
Interesting, Theresa.
And then in the early 80s, my parents, modest living. Neither of them, even at the tail end of decades-long careers, ever made more than $50,000. Well, there is inflation,
you know.
Modest living. But in the early 80s in Crown Heights, rough neighborhood, central Brooklyn, they bought their first and only home. They were able to buy that home, the home that my younger brother Hassan and I were raised in, because of that union negotiated salary, and pay off the mortgage down to zero because of that union negotiated salary. This is personal to us, our own journey.
My cat.
And lastly, as it relates to this part of my journey, why we all fight for what we fight for, why we stood behind Mike Thompson's amendment to protect good-paying union jobs.
No, not yet, Val.
I went to college. I went to Binghamton University. When I first got here, I was surprised to learn, actually, that I was the first graduate of Binghamton University ever elected to the United States Congress. I was shocked to learn that, but not the last. Because Vindman and Mannion have now joined us. And so we tripled the size of the Binghamton University delegation. It's part of the reason why we stand up for higher education and public education. That's our own experience. So I graduated from Binghamton University. My younger brother.
Yeah, what was that, Val?
Graduated from
what
Morehouse
was the big,
University.
Beautiful boo-boo?
I think that was Hank Johnson. Sanford Bishop. Graduated from Morehouse. I graduated from Binghamton University. And somehow, we managed to graduate.
I will also make sure all the links are in the description of this video after the fact. So
without owing anything. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out how. Because as I mentioned, my mom, my dad, they just earned a modest living all throughout their careers. So one day I had a conversation with my mom and I was trying to figure it out. How did you pull that off? She said, well, I wanted to make sure
Thanks.
my two sons could have a clean start
Understood.
to life.
The boo-boo is why the Democrats have this opportunity.
So I borrowed against my union negotiated pension to make sure my two sons could get free and clear of loans and get a higher education as part of our effort to experience the American dream. And so we all say to our brothers and sisters in organized labor, you don't ever have to worry about whether House Democrats are going to stand up for you, because you've always been there for us. You've always been there for us. You've always been there for us. That's our personal.
I remember when Roger Stone's emails got hacked, and it turns out that it was Iranian whatevers. Remember that? And it had to do with the attempted assassin. Remember that? Anybody? Do I remember that correctly?
Because we've lived.
I feel like we forgot about that.
A life of opportunity that this great country has provided to us.
Like, why would the Iranians hack Roger Stone?
We're deeply troubled, saddened, disgusted.
Makes you wonder.
That this great institution, this House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are trying to jam this one big ugly bill.
Or did they?
Down the throats of the American people. A bill that hurts everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires with massive
He was talking about who made the boo-boo.
Shame on this institution if that bill ever passes. And so we say to the American people, we've been working hard to try to get this bill into a better situation.
Why does that bother me so much?
Introducing amendment after amendment after amendment. Representative Judy Chu.
No, yeah, McGovern's not a Republican. He's a Democrat. He's the ranking minority.
Leaders, my good friend Grace Meng, she now chairs KPAC, but Representative Judy Chu, she had an amendment that no one earning more than $10 million per year receives a tax cut.
Yeah.
To prevent this reverse Robin Hood.
It was Iran. I'm going to look it up.
And the ballooning of the debt by $4 trillion. Mr. Speaker, you know, Republicans voted down that amendment. We support, as Democrats, providing tax relief to everyday Americans. We're willing to work in a bipartisan way to deal with that issue under the leadership of Richie Neal. But Republicans decided, Mr. Speaker, as you know, to go down this partisan road, play partisan games.
I know about the recent story.
Trying to jam this extreme budget down the throats of the American people.
I think it was on Lawrence. Oh, okay, got you.
And so amendment after amendment after amendment introduced by
from
House
September
Democrats
of last year.
In good faith, exercising common sense to try to improve.
U.S. indicts 3 Iranians in Trump campaign hack.
Representative Jimmy Gomez, the chair of the Dad's Caucus here in the United States House of Representatives, he had an amendment to ensure that people who make $1 billion a year don't get a tax break paid for by cutting Americans' health care and food assistance. Mr. Speaker, you know, Republicans voted that down. My good friend and classmate, Representative Susan DelBene.
I don't get why they just don't do it.
She had an amendment.
Why don't they just release them? Who cares?
That would have made the child tax credit.
Right? Like, it's not going to get them. They can't really leverage that, right?
Susan DelBene, a great champion of the child tax credit. Let me also shout out.
After the bill passes. Yeah, exactly, Dan. Oh, my God.
The mother of the enhanced and expanded child
Is
tax
that the
credit
negotiation?
Well.
Stop bombing us.
The top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro. We're thankful for your leadership, Rosa.
Yeah, Rosa DeLauro's a champion. So is the woman behind him, Theresa Fernandez
Fighting
from
hard.
New Mexico. She's fucking amazing on the Rules Committee. Oh
On
my
behalf of the
God.
American people. Susan Delbene, a great champion.
So incredible. I love
The
Theresa
child tax credit.
Fernandez.
She had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to make the child tax credit fully refundable, covering the 17 million children who are being left behind by the big, ugly bill, and increase the child tax credit for families.
I mean, that's excellent, Val.
Because what Republicans are doing, Mr. Speaker, as you know, in this particular bill, not enhancing and expanding the child tax credit, you are undermining the child tax credit. And Representative Susan Delbene, my classmate,
I might have to turn my camera off for a bit just so
along
that
with
I
Catherine
can
Clark and
stand
others,
up
the
and
class of
stretch.
2012.
If you haven't heard, I really pulled a muscle in my neck yesterday, and
Used to be the new kids on the
it's
block,
pretty
now we're
bad.
just the
So,
OGs.
I may just put my camera off, but I'm still here. Okay, all right. BRB.
Susan Delbene, she introduces this amendment, and Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans voted it down. Representative Laura Gillen had an amendment that dealt with this issue a little bit earlier. The new and permanent cap on state and local tax deduction. Representative Laura Gillen had an amendment to strike the new and permanent cap on salt, which is something that members of the House Republican Conference, Mr. Speaker, as you know, claimed was a line in the sand for them, specifically from New York, and said that they support. But Republicans voted down that amendment from Representative Laura Gillen. Representative Mary Gay Scanlon from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one of the great members of the class of 2018, a great class. She had an amendment that would protect infants, babies, American citizens born in this country from the unconstitutional and un-American Trump executive order to end birthright citizenship. Republicans voted that down. Let me make something clear. No matter what it takes, we're going to make sure as House Democrats we stand up for the principle that every single child born in the United States of America pursuant to the 14th Amendment is an American citizen. We will never let anyone take that away. Not now, not ever. Not now, not ever. Not now, not ever. I think Mary Gay Scanlon, I'm appreciative of my big brother, Congressman Greg Meeks, my big brother in the United States Congress. We're a family as House Democrats committed to working hard, standing up on behalf of the American people. It's an honor of a lifetime to be part of this family. To stand on the shoulders of Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer and Jim Clyburn.
That's right.
It's an honor to be part of this family. Fight hard. On behalf of the American people, Representative Mary Gay Scanlon, I've got to repeat this, had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to protect infants, children, babies against the unconstitutional and un-American Trump executive order to end birthright citizenship. Republicans voted that down. Representative Pramila Jayapal had an amendment to prevent ICE from deporting U.S. citizens. United States citizens, Mr. Speaker, that are being
One and a quarter
deported
from Kevin's record. Okay, thanks, Meowing Star.
by the Trump administration. I documented some of that earlier today. We're happy to provide more examples. In fact, I'm happy to debate my colleague, Speaker Mike Johnson, on any of these issues anytime right here on the floor of the House of Representatives. I sent you that
good, yeah. There's plenty of
invitation.
room in Rudy's place.
I sent you that invitation. I sent you that invitation months ago.
I think it varies.
I'm still waiting to get a response. We're not running from the American people. We're ready to debate any of these issues anytime, any place, particularly right here on the floor of the House of Representatives. Representative Pramila Jayapal, she had an amendment.
There's
Mr.
so
Speaker, to
many.
prevent ICE
There's
from
so many
deporting US citizens.
variations that
Republicans
Pam can employ.
voted that down. Ranking Member Jim McGovern. And this issue is personal to him. I mentioned earlier, we do this work because we're informed by our own personal experiences. It's not about glory, it's not about profit. It's about improving the lives of the American people that we're privileged to represent. Jim McGovern and his wife Lisa dealing with immense pain, immense personal tragedy.
Yeah,
We're
Jim,
fighting
that
so
seems to
hard.
be a feature, not a bug.
On behalf of the American people, he had an amendment
That was one of my
to
favorites.
restore the
Max.
critical
That was
NIH research
definitely one of my
funding
favorites.
withheld by Donald Trump
Hi, Carla.
and Elon
Yeah,
Musk
how
to
about all
cure
those
diseases
folks?
like
Elon?
Alzheimer's and cancer, including pediatric cancer, childhood cancer. Mr. Speaker, you know Republicans voted that down. Hundreds of amendments
And all
introduced
the
by
cuts that they've co-signed so far. I mean,
Democrats.
come on.
to try to deal with the cruelty and
They don't talk about North Carolina's storm
callousness
recovery now, do they?
of Donald Trump's
Notice
one big
that?
ugly bill. Many amendments were offered by Democrats, and Republicans chose not to make these amendments in order. In other words, just ignored them, dismissed their importance.
Yay! Yay! Oh,
Representative Debbie
Carla, I'm
Wasserman
so
Schultz
happy.
and
I know you've been
Gottheimer
moving
offered an
on your
amendment that adds a
own.
new
I'm so happy for you.
requirement that the Secretary of HHS
Take a nice hot shower or bath or something, huh?
certify in writing
Glass of Chardonnay.
that the reduction and rescissions made by this act will not affect cancer survivors currently on Medicaid or Medicare. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment. Representative Houlihan and Representative Ramirez offered an amendment, Mr. Speaker, that exempts individuals with disabilities from having to prove
I don't know if you like candles or not, but boy, I hope there's a lot of like
for Medicaid every
bath.
6 months.
That'd
That's
be
a
so
burdensome
nice.
red tape requirement designed to throw people off of Medicaid who are eligible. That amendment was dismissed.
Holy shit. And something in the car
Mr. Speaker, as you know, by
world too, Max.
House
Oh, yeah. The Lebowski bath.
Republicans.
Fuck yes.
Representative Sarah McBride the distinguished gentle lady from the great state of Delaware. The distinguished gentle lady from the great state of Delaware. She offered an amendment that requires
Two
the
things I
CBO,
know
the
I can
Congressional
do
Budget
without.
Office, to certify provisions in this bill to make sure that those provisions will not reduce access to care or increase the cost of care for seniors who are duly eligible for Medicare and Medicaid. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment.
Oh, bye, Jim. Oh, have fun.
Representative Rob
I don't
Menendez
drink
offered an
anymore,
amendment
but
that the
boy,
health
sangria
provisions
always sounds really good.
will
have
not
so
take
much
effect
fun.
if it would lead to an increase in mortality rates due to reduced access to hospital services. Mr. Speaker, as you know, House Republicans dismissed that amendment. Representative Val Hoyle introduced an amendment that strikes changes to provider taxes and preserves states' ability to use or increase provider taxes to fund Medicaid and protect hospital funding.
Good one.
Mr. Speaker, you know
Carla, good one.
that despite Representative Hoyle offering this amendment, Republicans dismissed it. Rural hospitals will close as a result of Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. They will close. Susan Collins acknowledged that fact. But House Republicans are here jamming a bill down the throats of the American people that will close hospitals in rural America, in urban America, in small-town America, in the heartland of America, and apparently, Mr. Speaker, couldn't care less. Let me be clear. We're going to stand up for those communities that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have abandoned. We're going to stand up for rural America, urban America, small-town America, the heartland of America, Appalachia. We're going to stand up for all of America. Whether we represent you
Oh, did they? I didn't
not.
hear that. I wouldn't be shocked. And some of them are pretty cheap dates, if you think about it.
Representative
They
Nanette
just want to be
Barragan,
loved.
one of our co-chairs of Steering and Policy, along with Robin Kelly and DWS, she offered an amendment increasing the Hospital Stabilization Fund that they had to include in this one big ugly bill. This amendment was designed to protect hospitals from closing and expand eligibility for safety net hospitals that we know exist all across America, in every corner in this country. Safety net hospitals that serve a large number of low-income patients, including those with Medicaid. And yet, Mr. Speaker, as you know, House Republicans dismissed this amendment. Amendment after amendment after amendment that Democrats have introduced to try to relieve the pain that is being visited upon the American people by this one big ugly bill, voted down by Republicans or dismissed out of hand. Representative Costa introduced an amendment to protect those on the low-income heating and energy assistance program who are also targeted by this one big ugly bill. It's part of an effort to ensure that all households
absolutely draconian
on SNAP can
draconian
continue
bill
to qualify. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment out of hand, ignored it, did not see fit to take it up. Representative Jill Takuda from the great state of Hawaii, she introduced an amendment trying to prevent the nutrition title of this bill from taking effect. Against USDA can determine that the provisions of this one big ugly bill would not result in material economic harm to farmers, ranchers, and producers. Mr. Speaker, as you know,
how can we destroy it so that our donors can buy it?
Dismiss that amendment out of hand.
That's what I think. How do we destroy it so that it all becomes a fire sale?
Lloyd
and then
Doggett
there's
had
no
an
accountability for any of the bad acts ever again.
to extend tax cuts
That's what I think.
for the 98% of the American people who make $400,000
I think Putin just represents
or less.
one set of oligarchs and Trump represents
year.
another.
Had that amendment been taken up and passed, it would have cut the cost of this one big, ugly bill by approximately 50%. And we would have been standing up for those everyday Americans who are now going to be hurt by other provisions in this GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination. Mr. Speaker, as you know, that amendment dismissed out of hand by the House Republican majority. Representative Seth Magaziner from the great state of Rhode Island.
I'm sorry, but remove the children from the
He's only
chamber.
in his
I'm
second
sorry.
term. Somehow he's the dean of the delegation.
I totally believe I was a single mom, so I know what it is to have to balance, but
Along with my
don't
good
bring
friend
children
Gabe Amo,
to the thing.
Seth Magaziner, he had an amendment to provide a tax cut for the middle class, paid for by
Carla, we're all coming
increasing
over.
taxes on the wealthiest here in this country. Taxes and a tax rate that had previously been at 39%, lowered by the original GOP tax scam
That's
in
so
2017.
ridiculous, Val.
He had this amendment to provide a tax cut for middle-class Americans. Instead, Republicans are spending
Teresa.
$1 trillion on massive tax breaks
That's a good one, Teresa.
for the wealthiest amongst us. And that amendment was dismissed out of hand. Representative Stephen Horsford, who also came in the class of 2012, he had an amendment to make no tax on tips, which we support, but we support no tax on tips becoming a permanent part of the law, and that's not what this one big, ugly bill does.
Thank you. Ooh, that would be
Tax breaks
fun, wouldn't it, Carla?
for billionaires,
I mean,
permanent. Tax
after
breaks for
that.
everybody else expire.
Right?
That's not the way to stand up for everyday Americans.
Well, maybe someday, Carla.
That's
Maybe
extraordinary. Representative Stephen Horsford's
someday. Hi, Josh.
amendments to make no tax on tips permanent and to close loopholes that are in this one big
I
ugly
didn't say
bill.
drag it out to the get-off ramp. Ah.
Dismissed,
If you know, you know.
out of hand.
If
Amendments
you don't, you have
introduced
to show
by
up to
Ranking Member
spaced out trivia.
Huffman, Andrea Salinas, Dave Min, Emily Randall, and others, protecting public lands. Dismissed, out of hand. Amendments on energy introduced by members like Luz Rivas. Dismissed, out of hand. And I think I'll end this portion of my presentation. Mr. Speaker, I said this portion of my presentation. Still got a little more time. Donald Trump's deadline may be Independence Day. That ain't my deadline. You know why? Mr. Speaker, we don't work for Donald Trump. We work for the American people. That's why we're right here now on the floor of the House of Representatives, standing up for the American people, for everyday Americans, for hardworking American taxpayers, fighting hard to make sure that we can live in a country where every American can afford to live the good life. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, part of being able to afford to live the good life, part of those 5 things that I talked about, which shouldn't be hard to agree upon. Work hard, play by the rules, and then being able to be part of a country. Imagine a country where when you work hard and play by the rules, you can afford to obtain the American dream, to experience the good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, a good education for your children, and then a good retirement. So we had a series of amendments, Mr. Speaker, introduced on the subject of education. Let me say something about the Department of Education, and every agency, every department can, of course, be improved in terms of its efficiency, but the Department of Education does important work, particularly as it relates to the most vulnerable children amongst us. And as part of this unprecedented assault on the American way of life, President Donald Trump issued this executive order, effectively trying to abolish the Department of Education. I know there are people all across the country as I travel throughout America concerned about this. Let me make something clear. The Department of Education was established by an act of the United States Congress. It cannot be abolished by anyone pretending to be a wannabe king. Not anyone. It's us, the United States Congress. So we introduced, Mr. Speaker, a series of amendments related to this commitment, this recognition of the importance of education as part of accessing the American dream. Ranking Member Bobby Scott was also battling some issues. Life hits us all, but made sure to make his way here to the House of Representatives. It's part of his commitment to stand up for the education of our children and others. He had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, that strikes all of the extreme parts of the Committee on the Education and Workforce elements of this bill that make it harder for students to access high-quality education, jeopardizes child nutrition programs, and threatens financial student aid, all of which is being done recklessly, Mr. Speaker, by this one big, ugly bill. And as you know, Republicans chose to ignore this amendment, dismiss it out of hand. Representative Sarah Elfreth introduced an amendment to try to increase the amount that hard-working teachers and educators are able to deduct on qualified out-of-pocket classroom expenses. And that amendment was dismissed out of hand. Tax breaks for billionaires, Mr. Speaker, but Republicans have decided hardworking educators can't get an enhanced tax benefit for their out-of-pocket expenses. That's wrong, and as House Democrats, we will continue to stand behind the educators of the United States of America, the teachers in the United States of America, those to whom we entrust our most precious asset, our children. And House Republicans, Mr. Speaker, aren't standing up for educators, for the teachers of America. This is extraordinary. But we're going to continue to stand with our teachers and stand with our public schools all across the United States of America. That's what House Democrats are going to continue to do. Representative Val Hoyle had an amendment to increase Pell Grant funding, Pell Grant awards that are severely undermined in Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, it's extraordinary to me that this reckless Republican budget manages to go after blue-collar jobs, organized labor, hardworking American taxpayers who don't shower before going to work, but shower after work.
Interestingly, maybe I missed it, but advocates just emailed that the state AI moratorium clause removed from
Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill goes after
I know, that's Frederica. From Texas or Florida?
Good paying, prevailing wage jobs.
I feel like she's from northern Florida. I could be wrong.
Here in the United States of America.
Regardless.
And then also goes after access to higher education. Representative Val Hoyle had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, increasing Pell Grant awards that are severely undermined in this bill.
I think she's Florida.
House Republicans chose to ignore this amendment, dismiss it out of hand. This is another one of those areas where our commitment to experiencing the American dream,
Florida.
whatever
Frederica
path
Smith
you choose,
Wilson. Frederica Wilson.
whether that's through career and technical education, as has been the case by many members in their experience or their family experience. Don Norcross, one of our leaders in this regard. Debbie
Marsha got a little feedback
Dingle,
from
others.
her
Mark
state.
Pocan, part of the Labor Caucus, leaders in this regard. Mark Pocan, part of the trades movement. Don Norcross, part of the trades
Hell
movement.
yeah, Karen.
Debbie Dingle, so close
Letting you
to
work
the
your life.
UAW and the trades. This is one of those areas where we also are informed by our personal experiences, why we find what is taking place, Mr. Speaker, in this one big, ugly bill so disgusting. These attacks by Republicans on the ability of all
Okay, time to
Americans
switch positions again. I'll be right back.
to achieve the American dream, to be part of imagining an America where everyone who works hard and plays by the rules can live the good life. Higher education is not the entire solution, but it certainly is part of it. This was taught to me by my grandma Nano. She never had a formal 4-year education, but perhaps she was the wisest woman I've ever known. And she was determined to make sure that her 2 grandsons had the ability, as best she could, to obtain an education that might ultimately, for us, coming out of this working class neighborhood, Crown Heights in central Brooklyn, spending a lot of time in Bedford-Stuyvesant where she lived, on the corner of Putnam and Lewis, right down the block from the Cornerstone Baptist Church. She was determined to make sure that her 2 grandsons had the best opportunity, and in her view, and Grandma Nano's view, that meant access to education. And so, when we were young, she said to my younger brother and I, I'll never forget this conversation. We were in her home in Bed-Stuy. She said that the 2 of you are going to go to elementary school and then you'll graduate, go to middle school and graduate, high school and graduate, college and graduate. And then she dreamed about us going to graduate school, get a law degree, a PhD, a medical degree, an MBA, some form of advanced education. We were like, Grandma, we're going to be in school our entire lives. And she was so committed to that journey that every single time we graduated, this is a woman of modest means, she gave my younger brother and I, whoever was the graduate, $500 in cash. I still don't know where Nano got that money from. I know it came by her honestly. She saved for it. But it was designed to help incentivize her grandchildren to keep going through all of the obstacles. And Mr. Speaker, I made the mistake one day of telling that story, this $500 incentive, in front of my two sons. And they said, "Dad, you've been shortchanging us our entire lives." Access to education is a part of the journey for many of us. Shocking to me.
I know, the dino likes to stand on people's heads too.
That this one aspect, not the only aspect, this one
Sometimes she
aspect.
does.
That Thomas Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence, once articulated, the father of the University of Virginia.
That one spot where it won't absolutely
Ben Franklin, the father of the
aching
University
all
of
the time.
Pennsylvania, others
I'm going to find it.
saw an important role for enlightened education as just one path that we as House Democrats are trying to protect, while also making sure that every single hardworking American can get the type of career and technical education if they choose that path to experience the American dream.
Hi, Oren.
Mr.
I don't
Speaker,
know if my
as
grandmother drove or not.
I perhaps approach the end of this particular
Hey, I don't know, Josh. Let's test that.
journey, let me just reiterate that as House Democrats, we maintain from the very beginning of this Congress, we acknowledged the election of President Donald Trump, offered to work with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle whenever and wherever possible in order to make life better for the American people, to stand up for the things that matter, not as Democrats, independents, or Republicans, but as Americans. But the route, Mr. Speaker, that has been taken by House Republicans is to go it alone and to try to jam
Oh my God, Max, that's such a
this
cool,
one
it's
big,
kind of a
ugly
cool
bill.
story. I mean, you know.
filled with extreme right-wing policy priorities down the throats of the American people. That's why, in good conscience, we can't stand here, Mr. Speaker, and support this effort, this one big, ugly bill that hurts everyday Americans and rewards billionaires with massive tax breaks. America is too expensive. Housing costs
We really haven't come as far as
are
fast.
too high.
That's so clear.
Grocery costs are too high. Childcare costs are too high. Energy
And
costs
now we have unleashed
are too
the
high.
hound.
Insurance costs are too high. America is too expensive.
Oh, what a world.
President Trump and House Republicans promised to lower costs on day one.
Rent
Mr.
is
Speaker?
too damn high. I agree.
But costs aren't going down. They are going up. The policies unleashed by the Trump administration have been so chaotic, so all over the place, so much uncertainty has been created that the economy is being run off track, and nothing has been done to lower the high cost of living. In fact, not a single thing in Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill will meaningfully
Josh. And then I'm glad that
make
my parents are
life
dead.
more
I
affordable
wouldn't want to have
for everyday Americans.
see this.
And that's just one of several reasons
I
why
get it,
House
yeah.
Democrats are a hell no on this legislation. We were a hell no
That was a
last
good
week,
one, Karen.
a hell no this week, a hell no yesterday, a hell no today, and will continue to be a hell no on this effort to hurt the American people. And I note for the record, Mom, hell is in the Bible. The American people are understandably frustrated by the high cost of living. Yes, they're frustrated by the unprecedented assault on the American way of life, on our democracy, on the rule of law, on due process, on health care, on Social Security, on nutritional assistance, but it's my sincere hope that we can find a path forward to actually address for the American people some of the underlying sources of their frustration. The fact that people, far too many people, you've heard the stories, Mr. Speaker.
It's just so much needless loss.
And that's just a fraction
I know everyone knows it. It's
of
just
the
so
stories
overwhelming.
that have been shared with us.
None of this is necessary. None of it.
Members of the United
None of
States
it.
House of Representatives. Just a fraction of the stories
None of it is beneficial.
that I've been able, on behalf of House Democrats, to enter into the record. They're frustrated by a lot of the things that have gone on in this country since January 20th. I'm frustrated by a lot of what has gone on. Disgusted by a lot of what has gone on, Mr. Speaker, in this country since January 20th. We are better than this. But it's also important, one of the things that I hope, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to address at some point is the source of the underlying frustration. It's a frustration in the comments, in the eloquent words
Really? Oh, no.
of all of those presidential leaders that I mentioned earlier today, this frustration, this economic frustration. FDR talked about it. Truman talked about it. Kennedy talked about it. Johnson talked about it. Carter talked about it. Clinton talked about it. President Obama talked about it. President Biden talked about it. It's a consistent strand. And while progress has been made in the United States of America, we've come a long way on behalf of working class Americans. There is still a way to go to ensure that in this great country, hardworking American taxpayers
Oh, Leigh, I like the sound of that.
don't simply work
See ya
hard
Monday.
and play by the rules just to survive, barely paycheck to paycheck, but are able to actually thrive. That's the America that we should all commit to work hard towards bringing about. Good paying job, good housing, good health
I hate
care,
it when that happens, when shit that I've thought
Good
was funny
education
or
for your
something then
children.
ends up being problematic. Looking at you, Dave Chappelle.
and a good retirement.
Not funny.
A fair shot at achieving the American Leap.
Yes,
a good
I
retirement.
agree,
Let me
Meowing
reiterate
Star.
it for
I
the record.
agree. I
that
think they
means,
can feel it.
Mr. Speaker, that people in this town need to keep their hands off the Social Security and the Medicare of the American people. Keep your hands off Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all of the things. Hands off.
Is that a rabbit hole, jRance?
And one of the many reasons why we strongly oppose Donald Trump's one big ugly bill is because it will result in the largest cut to Medicare, sets in motion the largest cut to Medicare, more than $500 billion by some estimations in American history. The American people, understandably frustrated, not for years, but for decades, that far too many have dealt with a situation where the system is not building an economy that works for hardworking American taxpayers, for everyday Americans, for working class
That's pretty funny, Karen.
Americans, for everyone who aspires to be part of the middle class. It's our sincere hope
Part of the
that we can
propaganda
get
history.
to a place one day, perhaps in a bipartisan way, not connected to this extreme and reckless, dangerous, partisan bill, this one big, ugly bill that will
You
hurt
must be able to find some in the bulk trash somewhere.
everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires, that we actually can get to the work of lifting up everyday Americans, because the deck has been stacked against you for far too long. And that's not the America that the American people deserve. And part of the challenge, part of the problem, part of the issue as to why we find ourselves, everyday Americans, in this situation, it's because of the dominance of special interests in this town. And this one big, ugly bill
I know, right, Josh? Yeah.
represents a massive
Could be performance art.
giveaway to special
massive.
interests in
And
this
recycle
country.
it.
And we reject special interests because our job here in the United States of America, Mr. Speaker.
All right, well, you could
is
do a
to
better
protect
job of it.
The public
That's
interest.
all right. We'll
at all
get there.
times.
I feel like I could get there
Today,
somewhere with you
tomorrow,
and not with them.
always, and forever.
End Citizens United. When you guys come back in power, end Citizens United. Make it work.
Extraordinary to me, Mr. Speaker, that you got folks in this town talking about draining the swamp. Guess what? You are the swamp.
That's true.
You are the swamp.
That's 100% true. 100%.
You are the swamp. We've never seen anything like this. The type of corruption that has been unleashed on the American people and has poisoned, Mr. Speaker, this bill. See, you're consulting the parliamentarian, I think. I said, people in this town. I'm thankful that my grandmother saw fit to have her grandson educated. We've never seen a level, Mr. Speaker, of this type of corruption unleashed.
That link that Gal dropped, the state of Florida is planning to send pregnant women and children to the Alligator Alcatraz detention camp.
That has made its way
because they give guidelines about transporting detainees and giving snacks and water to minors, pregnant females, and as necessary for detainees with medical conditions.
In this town.
Right.
Unleashed on the American people. Corruption on steroids would be an understatement. In terms of what the American people are now being subjected to. So one of the things we look forward to,
I know how I'm spending my 4th of July. It'll be in the street. I might be alone, but I'm going to be in the street.
We are committed.
That's where I'm going to be.
To making sure that we end corruption once and for all in the United States of America. In corruption in Congress.
End Citizens United.
In corruption at the Supreme Court.
Hell yeah.
And in corruption with the administration.
Yes. Stop the
That's
wealth
part
fund.
Of our agenda.
Stop the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation funding. Stop funding genocide.
That's what we as
Free
House Democrats
Palestine.
are committed to bringing about.
Free Ukraine.
The exact opposite, Mr. Speaker, of what we see in this bill.
Free Hungary.
We're going to present to the American people an anti-corruption
Free the Sudan.
agenda, the likes
Free the
of which
Congo.
have
Free
never
Rwanda.
been seen. Because it's too much.
Free El Salvador.
Fundamentally, it undermines the ability of government to deliver for everyday Americans. You see that politics, at the end of the day, is about the management of public money. That's why we need everyday Americans to participate in your democracy. Because politics, at the end of the day, is about the management of public money. It's about how taxpayer dollars
I might,
are
Jane.
going to be managed.
I might.
And what's extraordinary about this one big, ugly bill is that what we see, Mr. Speaker, is the management of public money, all of it being done in this highly partisan way. It's not designed to serve the best interest of the American people. It's being managed, Mr. Speaker, in this GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination, this one big, ugly bill. The management of taxpayer money being misused and abused to hurt everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks. That's a dereliction of duty. Mismanagement of public money. It's an abuse of the privilege that all of us as members of the United States Congress have. And so one of our promises to the American people as we look toward the future, we will always be stewards of your money to make sure that we are allocating taxpayer dollars in a way designed to lift up the American people, not tear the American people down. That's the type of Congress that the American people deserve. The public interest over special interest. The public interest
Closing
over special
due to
interest.
uncertain funding.
The public interest over special interest. That's one of our promises to the American people. And we're going to work hard to earn your trust as we move forward and look toward the future. I mentioned earlier in my remarks that I wanted to talk a little bit about faith. I grew up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. We walk by faith, not by sight. You just have faith the size of a mustard seed. You can move mountains. We come this far by faith. Can't leave this floor, Mr. Speaker, without talking a little bit about faith.
Talk about faith. Talk about faith.
And I use faith in the broadest sense of the word.
Oh my gosh, Leigh.
Proud of what we are in this country: Jewish faith, Muslim faith, Hindu faith, Buddhist faith, Christian faith. All faiths. That's the interesting thing. This rush to jam this reckless bill down the throats of the American people, all of it somehow connected to our 249th birthday that we're going to celebrate tomorrow, July 4th. A journey launched by the Declaration of Independence, and ultimately this principle embedded in the First Amendment around the importance of faith, but also at the same time the importance of separating church and state. It's all in the First Amendment as interpreted by the Supreme Court. Don't have time, I think, to really deeply go into it, but you've got... You've got the Establishment Clause and you've got the Free Exercise Clause. Framers of this country recognize the importance of faith, our journey of religion. I'm proud of my Christian faith. But I also recognize the importance of the plurality of all of us men and women of faith, different religions, and also of the fact that here in America we embrace the religious and the secular. The religious and the secular. But on this question of faith, I alluded to it a little earlier. It seems to me that the Gospels, that the New Testament, there's some interesting parts of the Old Testament.
100% true. Stupid and
I'm tempted
unnecessary.
to tell the story of King Nebuchadnezzar. Mr. Speaker, a lot of parallels to what's going on right now. But I'm gonna focus at this moment on the New Testament prescription, the Gospels. I think it was mentioned earlier by one of my colleagues. I think Don Beyer mentioned it earlier. Matthew, the 25th chapter, verses 35 and 40. I think it's important that at this time, in this moment, in this debate, before I leave the floor of the House of Representatives, that this Scripture be entered into the congressional record. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. A stranger, and you invited me in. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick. I had medical problems. Maybe I needed Medicare, or Medicaid, or the Affordable Care Act, or the Children's Health Insurance Program, or Planned Parenthood. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me. We have a right as members of Congress to visit people who are detained.
Amen.
It's not just in law, it's right here in Matthew. Then the righteous will answer him, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you? Or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in? Or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go to visit you? And of course, the reply from Jesus, truly, I tell you, whatever you did, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. That's what we should be doing here in the United States House of Representatives. Our job is to stand up for the poor, the sick, and the afflicted, the least, the lost, and the left behind, everyday Americans. That's what Matthew teaches us. And that's not what's happening in this one big, ugly bill. That's not consistent with what my faith teaches me. I'm not down with this situation. I'm not down with this situation. Well, you got some folks in this town. They go to church. Mr. Speaker, I said some folks in this town, they go to church.
Take your time.
And I'm not questioning anybody's faith. I'm just making an observation. Got some folks in this town, they go to church and they pray on Sunday. P-R-A-Y.
Say the truth.
And then they come to Congress and pray P-R-E-Y on the American people. I'm not down with that kind of faith. That ain't my faith. That's not our faith. That's not the faith that comes out of the gospel. I can't find that kind of faith in Matthew 25 and 35. I can't find that kind of faith. But I do see something else.
Tell us what you see. Tell us what you see.
Can I talk about it for a moment?
Talk about it. Talk about it. Take your sweet time. Take your sweet time.
You got time. Take your time.
I do see something else, kind of what I'm seeing connected to this one big ugly bill. I don't know if this was an inspiration to this extraordinary assault on the American people, this corrupt piece of legislation. But when I look over my Bible, and this is going to come from John, it's not going to come from 2 Corinthians, although the Apostle Paul has a lot to say about that. And, Mr. Speaker, I said 2 Corinthians, not 2 Corinthians. I don't know who I'm talking about, but if you're going to sell the Bible, you should know the Bible. Trying to figure out, because it's not in Matthew.
That's right.
25, 35 to 40, but I did see something in John.
Is he going to get to the king's part, Max?
John 10 and 10. This frightens me in this moment that we're living in. It says the thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy. It's incredible to me
He knows the Bible.
that we're here dealing with a piece of legislation literally that steals money from everyday Americans, from hardworking American taxpayers. Steals money from Medicaid, Medicare, the Affordable Care Act, supplemental nutritional assistance, steals money from Pell Grants, from the education of our children, from energy assistance programs. Thief comes only to steal
Come on, steal.
and kill. I don't say this lightly, Mr. Speaker, but we stand behind this point. That when you try to take health care away, what this bill does, taking health care away from everyday Americans, more than 17 million, this unprecedented assault on Medicaid, on the Affordable Care Act, on Medicare, on children's health insurance, what you effectively are doing, hurting everyday Americans, hurting children, hurting women, hurting older Americans, seniors, people with disabilities. Nursing homes will close. Hospitals will shut down. Community-based health clinics unable to operate. We're actually here debating legislation, Mr. Speaker, that will result in tens of thousands of everyday Americans losing their lives because of the inability to get health care that they now have and is being ripped away from them. John 10:10, the thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. All-out assault on the American people. All-out assault on health care, the economy, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, nutritional assistance, veterans, farmers, law-abiding immigrant families, small business owners. All of the things that we've spent some time on this House floor talking about, that this bill is trying to destroy. Destroy the American way of life. Can't find anything in the Bible and the New Testament, certainly not in Matthew 25 and 35. Matthew 25, the 35th chapter, and all the way through the 40th verse, but somehow I happened upon John 10:10. And thinking about this one big ugly bill.
Kings, what is it? Kings 109 or something?
Thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy. But America is a resilient nation. We're an exceptional nation. We're a strong nation. We've been through turbulence, trials, and tribulations. And we always somehow have found a way to make it through. Because of the resilience,
That's what I love about this
Speaker, of
group.
the American people.
Because we may not all agree on how to get there, but
So
we
whatever
do
happens
generally agree on what it is we want for
Today, as it
everyone.
relates to this
And that, to me, is a
one
great
big
place to
ugly
start.
bill,
We'll figure out how to
if
get
our
there.
Republican colleagues decide that,
But
once again, Mr. Speaker,
so important to just
you're simply going to make
have a North Star.
the decision to serve as a reckless rubber stamp of President Trump's extreme agenda,
I'm an apatheist, which means I don't care if there's a God
still
or
have
not.
faith in the United States of America. Still have faith in the United States of America.
And that's
I
right.
still have
And
faith
that everyone is seen.
in the
everyone
United
is
States of
seen.
America.
That's what I want.
We will not let anyone in this town destroy what America represents. Not now, not ever. Not going to be easy. We recognize that. But we've got faith in the resilience of the American people. So I get ready to close.
That's a
shortly, and
Max Flower reference.
well, let me say it.
And I love
One
all
more
my
time.
Catholic friends, Christian, Muslim. Hindu,
Our Republican colleagues tried
I'm
to jam
down.
this
I just don't want it used as a way to oppress
reckless,
people.
extreme bill,
That's all.
Mr. Speaker, down the throats of the American people. Had the nerve to start this debate at 3:28 a.m. in the middle of the night.
He did. How long has he been going? Let's see. What time is it? I don't even.
But we made clear that we were going to expose all of the things that are being done to harm the American people.
Yeah, that's right. Tell 'em.
Not in the dark of night, but in the light of day. This little light of mine, we're going to let it shine on behalf of the American people.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible to me that
Look at
Republicans were
beautiful
trying to jam this
Maxine.
one big ugly bill down the throats of the American people in the dead of night. And then,
There you go, Josh.
to add
There you
insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, allocate 15 minutes. 15 minutes to each side on the committees of jurisdiction.
Shame. What a shame.
15 minutes to the Ways and Means Committee on each side. 15 minutes
Take your time. Take your time.
to the Budget Committee. That's extraordinary. But I'm thankful, I'm appreciative of all of my colleagues who stand behind me.
That's right.
I'm thankful. Thankful to all of my colleagues for their commitment, their courage, their conviction, standing up on behalf of the American people to deliver, hopefully, what is a message of concern, but also a message of hope.
Come on now.
That's right.
Hope.
We got to fight a lot of battles on behalf of the American people. It's not over. Fighting a lot of battles on behalf of the American people. This is just one of them.
This one. This one.
But we wanted to make sure that the American people had an opportunity to fully and more completely understand, in the light of day, just how damaging
In the light.
this one big, ugly bill will be to the American people. And I plead with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. I really plead with my colleagues, inspired by some of the framers of the Constitution, the great scholars, the great thinkers, conceived of this incredible journey that we've been on
Yeah.
in the United States of America, creating separate and co-equal branches of government, recognizing that in this country, part of the gift that we were given by the framers of the United States Constitution, no kings, no dictators, no monarchs, separate and co-equal branches of government. This is the Article 1 branch of government. Mr. Speaker, James Madison, he once made the observation in his view in one of the Federalist Papers that at its best, Congress should function as a rival to the executive branch. That was James Madison. Article 1, branch of government, the House and the Senate. We're not here to bend the knee to any wannabe king. Mr. Speaker, we're not here to bend the knee to any wannabe king. We're here to be a rival to the executive branch in the best spirits of the House of Representatives, to push back against an out-of-control executive branch. That's the framers' vision. I said that's the framers' vision. That's what they said. The framers' vision. And so as we prepare to take this consequential vote, Mr. Speaker, I just urge many of my colleagues in government, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, we don't work for President Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for Elon Musk. Mr. Speaker, as all of us prepare to cast this vote, I hope my Republican colleagues will come to the conclusion that we work for the American people. We work for the American people. We don't work for any president. We work with American presidents. We work for the American people. So it's my hope that as you evaluate this bill, all of the harm that is being unleashed on the American people, ripping health care away from more than 17 million Americans, effectively ending Medicaid as we know it, shutting down hospitals, including in rural America, in districts, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle represent.
That's right. They're people.
Nursing homes closing. 1 in 4 nursing homes, Mr. Speaker, will close as a result of the attack on Medicaid and Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, this is extraordinary. This assault on everyday Americans, assault on children, veterans, seniors, people with disabilities. It's incredible to me.
Meowing star, that's a great.
All of this in this one big, ugly bill.
Take your time.
Ripping food
Somebody just bring him some
away
pizza. You can eat, take a bite,
from
and read.
children,
Take a bite,
literally.
read.
Ripping food out of the mouths of hungry children, hungry veterans, and hungry seniors. Mr. Speaker, that's not America. We're better than that.
Oh, we can be. We should be.
Mr. Speaker, we're better than that. Ripping food out of the mouths of vulnerable Americans. That's extraordinary that's what we're doing. Extraordinary. And all of this is being done. This unprecedented assault on everyday Americans is being unleashed on the American people. Mr. Speaker, on the most vulnerable amongst us. All of this is being done to provide massive tax breaks to billionaire donors. Shame on this institution if this bill passes. That's not America. We're better than this. We are better. We are better. We are better than this. I think that as we prepare to vote on this one big ugly bill, tough time for people in the United States of America. It's extraordinary extremism unleashed on the American people. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle promised
he just broke
to
the
address
record.
the high cost of living. Nothing in this bill will
I'm
meaningfully
going to put all the
lower the
links
high
in
cost of
or in
living
the
in the
description.
United
She
States of
dropped
America.
some really good links today. So I'll
Nothing.
make sure they're all in the description.
It's incredible to me. All of the promises that were made by some people in this town. That the top priority was going to
I
be
love the
to
green.
lower the high cost of living in the United States of America. And then, all of last year, ran away from Project
And Maxine
2025.
Waters is a fucking badass.
Acted like it didn't exist. And then, Mr. Speaker, people come to town, they're in the majority now, and every single part of the extremism that we've seen unleashed on the American people is connected to Project 2025.
We just read about that. Thank you, Tina.
Every single part. But here's why.
And get ready, because the
Here's why I
Mar-a-Lago
still got
Accords
hope,
really
optimism.
exploded
I
this
referenced
morning.
Earlier
Check my blue sky.
today, as we prepare to experience the 249th birthday of the United States of America. Yeah. Take it back to that original document. Yeah. Declaration of Independence.
Exactly, Meowing Star. Exactly. It was important to see that.
1776.
It's so important. Yes, I will drop that.
Mr. Speaker, it had the aspirational part. We hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men are created equal. Yeah. Come on now. Bring it home. Endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Come on now. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Come on. That's the aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence. And as House Democrats, we're committed, no matter what it takes, to bring that about. Imagine in America where everyone who works hard and plays by the rules can live the good life, afford to live the good life. Good paying jobs, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. That's what House Democrats are fighting for. That's the aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence, to bring that to life, the pursuit of happiness. That's the aspirational part. But then when you look at that Declaration of Independence, the second part of it, it reads like an indictment against an out-of-control king. Reads like an indictment against an out-of-control king. I commend all Americans, perhaps sometime tomorrow, I'm going to do this myself, read that document in its entirety. And why was that indictment issued? I think it was because the framers of this great country, they were fed up with Project 1775. And so they implemented Project 1776. So I know that there are people concerned with what's happening in America, but understand what our journey teaches us is that after Project 2025 comes Project 2026. And you will have an opportunity to end this national nightmare.
That's right, Meowing Star. That's right.
As part of Project 2026. I love the framers. They gave us a blueprint for what should give us hope in this moment.
That's right.
I think that I want to close by referencing
Take your sweet time.
someone who we all serve with. I want to stand on the shoulders, if it's okay, on some of our civil rights heroes and foot soldiers.
Yes, yes.
Those whose character, whose conviction, whose courage should give the American people hope at a moment of great despair. Many of us had the great honor of serving with Congressman John Lewis. The great honor, Mr. Speaker, to serve with Congressman John Lewis.
That's right.
And I came across something that John Lewis said in June of 2028, that hopefully, no matter what the outcome of this vote, will give people some hope. Great John Lewis said, "Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful. Be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime." That's our struggle. No matter what, Mr. Speaker, you decide to do today, that's our struggle. Standing on the shoulders of John Lewis, that's our struggle. Never, ever be afraid to make some noise and get into good trouble. Good trouble. Good trouble. Necessary trouble. Standing on the shoulders of giants, John Lewis would often talk to us about his admiration for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Dr. King, who would refer to John Lewis as the boy from Troy.
The boy from Troy.
Now, what's interesting to me That
I'll
civil
have
rights
to look
movement,
for
we can
it.
learn a
I'm
lot
so
from
sorry.
it.
I can't find it right now.
Started
Need to
December of
7076 or 2025.
55.
Oh.
And
Yep, everyone out to
Rosa
vote.
Parks sat
Retake
down
the House, the Senate.
on that bus so that all
Fucking
of us
ram through
could have
bill
the
after
courage
bill.
to
That's right,
stand up.
baby. Do whatever it takes to
Wasn't
get
an easy
democracy
struggle.
back.
All the odds
Hell
were stacked
yes,
against
peace, love. That's right. A summer
these
of good
civil rights
trouble.
heroes and foot soldiers.
Check your local
During the
area.
early
Make
days of the
sure that
movement, a
there are
difficult part of the
Democrats
movement.
running for office in your local area. If
Dr.
not,
King, after
alert
they've
the
been
Democratic
targeted,
Party
arrested,
and hold them
beaten,
accountable until they
harassed by
recruit
the
and help
authorities.
support candidates in their local area. That's a great project this summer, as far as I can tell, is figure out
traveled
who's
to
going to be
Brooklyn, New
running
York.
and do we have Democrats and democracy-loving candidates
Spoke at the
in
Concord Baptist Church.
on every ballot.
I think it was in March of 1956. And he said to a group of people of every race, every
That's
religion,
something you can do from your
every life
computer.
experience. The Concord
All
Baptist Church
you
in Bedford
wonderful
Stuyvesant
researchers.
said
Love
to them,
you.
no matter what the odds,
We are all
we've
researchers
got
now.
to press on. Dr. King said that if you can't fly, run.
That's right.
If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But at all times, press on. And keep pressing. And so as I take my seat, I just want to say to the American people that no matter what the outcome is on this singular day, we're going to press on. We're going to press on. We're going to press on. We're going to press on for our children, press on for our seniors, press on for our veterans, press on for our unions, press on for our farmers, press on for our dreamers, press on for working class Americans, press on for the middle class, press on for all who aspire to be part of the middle class, press on for the poor, press on for the sick, press on for the afflicted, press on for the least, press on for the lost, press on for the left behind, press on for the rule of law, press on for the American way of life, press on for democracy. We're going to press on until victory is won. I yield back.
John would have been proud. High king, high king, high king, high king. High king, high king, high king.
Awesome job.
Thank you.
Well done.
Did he do it? Did he do it? He did it. He did it. He did it. High king, high king. High king, high king. High king, 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 high king.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
You don't need to take an hour.
This gentleman from
Eight
Massachusetts.
hours.
Gentleman from
I think it's,
Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say the leader has done his part. I have no further speakers. I yield back our time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts yields.
That's all you got? That's all you got?
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute. You have 2 minutes remaining.
All right, Leigh.
Mr. Speaker, could we have order?
The House will be in order.
This guy can't help but sound like a fucking
The House will
cartoon
be in order,
character.
please. The House will be in order, please. Thank you. Gentleman
You just
from Missouri is
imagine he's
recognized
always
for 1 minute.
sounded
You have
like
2
that,
minutes
right?
remaining.
Wow, Mr. Speaker. We have stood in this chamber for over 8 hours listening to a lot of words, a lot of comments, a lot of inaccurate statements.
Inaccurate?
And where I come from. Could we have order?
No. Wait.
No.
Gentlemen,
Can we have order?
The House will be in
really
order.
mad in a minute.
The House will be in order.
I'm gonna get really mad in a minute.
The House will be in order, please.
Yeah, come on. No, Paulina, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
The House will be in order.
They're
Thank
gonna
you.
be fine.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Yeah.
Mr.
Thanks.
Speaker,
Yeah.
I come from the show me state.
Right?
And what we just
Show
heard
me.
is
They
can be
did
defined
show
in
you.
one word.
What?
A bunch of hogwash is what we've heard for 8 hours on that side of the building. I'll tell you,
trying so
for the 8
hard.
hours, Mr. Could we have order?
Can we have order?
Order suspend.
Hello? Can we have order in the court, please,
The House
sir?
will be in order.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we have order? Order right now, please. Order. Order.
Thank you.
Come on,
He's
the rules
recognized.
say you have to
Mr.
be
Speaker,
nice.
the 8 hours of hogwash that we just heard
Hogwash. Oh,
will
people's
not
rights are
change
hogwash.
the outcome.
People's rights
that
are
you will
hogwash,
see
according to him.
Very shortly, when we deliver historic tax
see?
relief for
See? Put the
working
money in the
families,
bag, see?
small business owners, and farmers.
You're not from Missouri.
You're not from Missouri. Get out of here. Get out of here, duck. You're just like your father.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to
who?
our great Speaker of the House, Mr. Mike Johnson.
Oh, good. Mike Johnson. Ew, Steve Scalise. Wow.
Makes you wish for better. Never mind. Better aim. Never mind. Steve Scalise is a
Thank you,
fucking
gentlemen from
idiot.
Missouri. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I am a banger too. Just kidding. I don't know anything to say because there's nothing
You know, Ronald
to
Reagan said one time that no
say.
speech should be longer than 20 minutes, and unlike the Democrat leader, I'm going to honor my colleague's time and be a little more brief than that, all right?
Well, you're going to get teased. Oh, because you don't have anything to say, Mike?
I just want to say something that many of us learned when we were children. We were taught, you know, it takes a lot longer to build a lie than to tell the simple truth.
Really? And which part of it was a lie, Mike? Come on, Mike's little Johnson. Yeah, Mike, dig up my basement.
Dig up my basement? Stop, Badger. Accountability.
What's the matter, Mike's little Johnson? You're not very proud of your bill.
My friends and colleagues on both sides of the aisle, we've waited long enough. Some of us have literally been up for days now. But this day is a hugely important one in the history of our nation.
Now.
We have a big
And
job
I'm
to finish.
tired. I don't
And that's
care
why
what
we're
he's
here on the
saying.
week of July 4th.
It doesn't matter
just
what
days
he's
before,
saying.
just
Actually,
a day before
if
now.
you heard what he was
America's
saying
birthday.
right now, you'd be like
It was on
super
that fateful day,
mad.
as
So
Democrat
don't
leader
worry about it.
acknowledged, that
Here's
our
what he's
founders
saying.
pledged their
Blah,
lives
blah,
and their
blah,
sacred
blah,
honor
blah, blah,
to this
blah,
grand
blah,
experiment
blah,
of
blah,
self-governance
blah,
that we are
blah,
now here to
blah,
steward.
blah, blah, blah.
It's an experiment that falls to us to guard and to protect it. We take that very seriously on this side of the aisle.
No, you don't.
In just a few moments, we will remind the world why the American experiment still endures today and why its best days are still ahead of us.
Yeah, go, Mike, little Johnson. Johnson. Stick it in there.
Mr. Speaker, with one big, beautiful bill, we are going to make this country stronger, safer, and more prosperous than ever before. And every American is going to benefit from it.
Yes, they are going to vote. Yay! Boo! Yay! Boo! Hiss! Boo! Hiss! I'm just standing here and clapping.
Today, we are laying a key cornerstone of America's new golden age. Now listen, we have a few words of gratitude first. Scripture's been cited a lot this morning, I think mostly out of context. But what I will say...
I'd like to thank my wife.
What I will say, one thing that we know about Scripture is that we're supposed to give honor where honor is due, and that's what we do on this side of the aisle. I want to thank every single member of the House Republican Conference for pouring their time and their heart and their expertise and experience into this process. I want to thank all of our amazing staff members, all of them.
You know what this needs? You know what this needs? I'll tell you what this needs. Let me tell you what this needs. Hold on. Oh, here we go.
Their dedication, their endless hours, their hard work made this all possible. I want to thank the White House Office of Legislative Affairs, who have basically lived with us now for the last few weeks. Their patience and persistence and their professionalism is greatly appreciated. Our country's incredible cabinet secretaries have been involved as well. They've assisted us in countless ways throughout this process. Our Vice President, J.D. Vance, helped us navigate so many dire straits along the last several weeks through the House and the Senate. And of course, our bold, visionary, fearless President, Donald J. Trump.
Wait, who do you think? I want to thank Senator Kennedy. And I want to thank, let's see, I want to thank Judge Judy.
President Trump is the creator and the champion of the America First agenda. We will deliver upon that today. We come a long way. We come a long way. We began this process really about 15 months ago. We had a sense, and we believed that we would have unified government. We would have this moment where the Republican Party would be given control of the White House and the Senate and the House. And we determined to ourselves that we would not waste that historic opportunity. We've had spirited debates, we've had months of deliberation, and now we are finally ready to fulfill our promise to the American people. That's what we are doing today. Now look, before I respond to the allegations from across the chamber, I just want to take us back to a day that most of us will remember so very fondly for the rest of our lives, and that's November 5th of 2024. That was Election Day, a fateful one for America.
Oh, where? Where are you? Where'd you go?
The reason that was so important, the reason it was such a turn in history is because the American people spoke with unmistakable clarity. We sensed it as we were all out campaigning. We saw that there would be a demographic shift in America, and that is exactly what the election yielded. We, in our party, had a record number of Black and African American voters come to the Republican Party. We had a record number of Hispanic and Latino voters come to the Republican Party, a record number of Jewish voters and union workers and suburban women and urban voters. They came out in record numbers to join the Republican Party and the America First agenda with President Trump.
Helping getting us over the finish line.
That election was decisive. It was a bellwether. It was a time for choosing. And I tell you what, the American people chose overwhelmingly. They chose the Republican Party. And the reason they did that, they didn't come hesitantly. They came with hopeful anticipation. You know why? Because this is not your father's Democratic Party, okay?
What?
They went so far, full speed, to the far left. And their radical, woke, progressive agenda, that nonsense that they tried to push on the people, was rejected by the people.
Yeah.
These new voters came to us. They had enough of the Biden-Harris madness and all the things they were trying to hoist upon the American people that they just don't believe in their hearts. And they were hopeful. They came to us with hope. They wanted us to restore common sense and accountability, and we promised to them that we would do just that.
I'll put it under
Those new
his
demographics
chin.
came to the Republican Party because of open borders wreaking havoc on their communities. They came because of weakness at home that fueled instability abroad. And because trillions in reckless spending put the price of gas and groceries further out of the reach for hardworking Americans. It wasn't right.
Let's see, what else? Oh, I know.
President
we have
Trump
this.
and our Republican majority in Congress are fixing all of that right now. President Trump said this week, we're the hottest country in the world again.
No, we're not. He's going to get to. What's that? Oh, Stretch Armstrong. Yeah, he's there. Oh, that's the elf.
My friends, that is an objective truth. Hey, listen, how about all the wins for the president in this party? Here's just a sample from the last 2 weeks. The headline today will be, the one big beautiful bill passes the Congress, okay?
That's cool. Thanks. I think Clayberg made that. Found
You got to hold your applause. There's too many wins. Are you tired of winning yet? Fourth jobs report in a row exceeds expectations. A sample of the headlines. Lowest monthly border encounters in U.S. history. We closed the border.
Okay, so then why do you need money for it if you've already closed it, you stupid fuck?
Last couple of days, a new trade deal with Vietnam and all the countries around the world lining up for that.
Let's talk
agrees
about
to
the
ban
trade
biological.
Oh no, I'm actually gonna
I'm gonna totally turn him off. I'm just gonna turn him off. Because what's the trade deal with Vietnam? 50% tariff. So now all of the clothing and other things that we purchase thinking, you're saving some money is going to cost 50% more at least. Come on now. Really? Really? He hasn't had a lunch. And jRance. I'm sorry I can't remove that from the real screen, but I get you. You're right. You're not removing that. I'm not going to remove that. True. Buy shoes now. I mean, come on now. This is so dumb. There's no detail. There's no there. There's no there, sir. I'll just turn him down. Whoops. That's okay.
President
It's
got
true
in
though.
charge and got a
What? Where's the lie?
Congo peace deal. The Supreme Court ended nationwide injunctions. How about that? That conservative majority on the Supreme Court also allows third country deportations. We've had a record high stock market, and we're signing a China trade deal. That's just the last 2 weeks.
How about losing those 33,000 jobs in June? How about that? How about them apples? Oh gosh, I think I'm being too loud.
So many simple truths to share, and so little time to do it, because I want everybody to have a break here. But I just want to say this. It's really nice to hear my Democrat colleagues suddenly take an interest in working Americans again. Did you pick up on that theme today?
Whoa.
Let's be clear.
That's pretty
Working
disgusting.
Americans stopped
Thank
trusting
you,
Democrats a long time ago.
Yeah.
That is a fact. They're looking to this side of the chamber. They're looking to the Republican Party and our principles to deliver the relief and the reform that they have long demanded and they most certainly deserve. This big, beautiful bill fulfills all the promises in the America First agenda.
Oh, whoops.
It is the people's bill. It is made for and shaped by the most diverse coalition of American voters in American history. Today, we are making the dream of a government that puts the American people first a reality. A reality. I would need this entire notebook to tell you all the great things in the big, beautiful bill. It is aptly named, but I'll just tell you a couple of the highlights. Record tax cuts for hardworking Americans.
That's not true. That's not true. Wait, what was that? I don't even know what
Historic
that one was.
savings at the same time to end reckless spending. We got energy dominance coming back to power our future. We have a secure border to protect American families. We have a strong military to restore peace through strength. And we have a government that is now accountable and responsive to the people once again. That's what we're delivering.
No, you're not. You're not, actually. I know, Meowing Star. It's so hard.
For everyday
It's
Americans,
hard.
this means real, positive change that they can feel, and they will feel much more when this bill is done. Families back home will have real relief, an average of $10,000 in their pockets, thanks to the largest working and middle-class tax cut in the history of this great nation. That's what we're doing today.
No, I know that's what you'd like to think or have people believe, but that's not what you're doing.
You got hardworking Americans like our waiters and our bellhops and our hairstylists. They're going to keep
Who
100%
are going to have to
of their
itemize
tips and overtime
and
pay.
only get
That
up
is
to
money they earned.
$25,000
It
in
does not
tips,
belong
which
to the government. It belongs
last
to
time
them,
I
and they
checked,
deserve to
that's
keep
not
it.
a whole lot. So
Small
what?
businesses that want to build and expand new factories.
Mr. I have
you know
no
what they
bank
can do
account.
now? They
Exactly,
can write off
Carla.
100% of their investment. That will have us a lot more building.
Well,
Young families
what?
who want to buy a home will be able to,
About
thanks to
how?
historic savings that will put our country on a stronger
How?
financial footing.
What savings?
Pregnant women,
What
children,
savings?
seniors,
Wait a minute,
single
what
mothers,
savings?
the disabled, and the low-income Americans among us
Right.
receiving Medicaid and SNAP will have the peace of mind of knowing that we've made these safety nets stronger with
What?
our reforms.
Excuse me? By kicking people off? By kicking people off? That's what he means. That's why he can't say
See, when
we're
Republicans
not
are in
going to
charge,
take it
we bring
away from
common
you.
sense. We're going to make sure that
Because they
Americans
are.
who do need and deserve those critical programs won't have to compete against people who can work but choose not to
see,
do
we're going to
so.
kick
That's
people
not
off.
right.
That's how we're going to make it better. He's admitting it. He just admitted it. He just admitted it.
This
just
bill
admitted
is
it.
going to put fairness back in the system.
No,
We are
consider it all a
returning
bunch
to
of
common
nonsense.
sense. We're returning to what is good and decent that people know in their hearts, and that's why
Decent?
they support it.
What's decent?
More
Cutting
Americans
people
will
off of
be
their
working,
medical
volunteering, and serving
support?
their communities.
A
Because
food
modest,
supply?
common sense work requirements will restore
Nope, they're not
dignity
common
and
sense.
purpose
They've been
to
proven
those
not
on
to work.
taxpayer-funded
See
benefits.
Georgia. There's
The bill will
actual study
also
on it.
mean that safer
There's an
streets are
actual
available at
study
every zip
on
code
it.
around the country. Because
There's
our
an
border
actual
will
study.
remain fully and totally secure.
Yeah, exactly. Unemployment tax and state and local tax. I don't know.
The Republican Party stands for law and
I think
order,
that it'll
and
go
this
up
is the
for
side
state
that
and local
stands with
because
law
they have to cover
enforcement,
the gap
brave men
in
and women who are
Medicaid.
on the front line.
Yeah, let me say that again. The states that don't, they have to cover the gap in Medicaid. That's part of this big ugly bill too.
The
Is that
idea
the
that
cost
those who
share
put
of
their
the
own
states
lives
goes
on the
up.
line to protect us would be
Let me
assaulted
say that
for doing
again.
their
The cost
jobs
share
is
of the states goes
unconscionable.
up. And who do you think is going to pay for that? It's going to be higher
Law
taxes.
enforcement- I know you agree.
You're
I know, wait a minute.
welcome.
Law enforcement.
You're welcome.
Law enforcement will have the help of a border wall now.
You're
that's
welcome.
100%
This is what
complete.
you voted for. What is that going to do? What's your border wall going to? I thought you already had a zero. Why do you need wall if you already have zero crossings? Wait, excuse me.
Our immigration
Why do you need a
enforcement
wall
officers
if
will
you
get a
already
boost
have zero
from more
crossings? Why do you
manpower
need a
and
wall if you have
resources
zero
in detention
crossings? Why
space
do you need a
so that
wall if you have
detained
zero
illegal
crossings?
aliens are not
Why do you
released
need a
back
wall
into the
if you have
streets like they
zero
were for the last 4
crossings?
years?
Why do you need a wall if you had zero crossings? Why?
And our homeland
Why do you need one?
can rest soundly again under the protection of President Trump's
We almost got
Golden
into a
Dome. That's what
nuclear
we're
war with
investing in.
Iran that we picked the fight of.
Look, any of these individual achievements would be
We just
historic
lowered
victories for a
sanctions on
Republican Congress
Russia
or any Congress.
because we owed
And
Putin
today we're
something.
delivering on all of them in one big, beautiful bill. That's what Americans
I
can
know,
count
you guys
on
think
when we
you
pass this
are
legislation,
getting
and
away with
that's
something. But
exactly
you know what? Nuremberg
Democrats
2.0 will
vote
come
to
for you
oppose
too.
Today. That's a fact. We didn't
Yeah.
write this bill for the Democratic Party or the elites.
You
or
didn't
the
write it
media.
for
This
anybody. You
bill
wrote it
is
for
hard-working
Elon Musk,
Americans.
Peter
They
Thiel.
deserve it.
Let's see, who else did you write it for? David Sachs, Mark Andreessen, Vladimir Putin, Bibi Netanyahu.
I'm gonna just say
Victor
this as plainly as I
Orban,
can. This is a simple truth. If you're for
Kim
a secure border,
Jong-un.
safer communities, and a strong military, this bill is for you. If you're for common sense fiscal responsibility,
Why do you
and
need a wall
reducing
if
the
you already have a
deficit,
zero
this bill is for
crossing? I'm
you.
not sure I understand the math here. Why would you spend money on that? You already figured out the problem. You fixed the problem. Why are you fixing a problem that doesn't need to be solved? I'm confused. Help me understand.
If you're for fair and lower taxes, bigger paychecks,
But they're
affordable
not.
gas and
They're not going to be
groceries,
bigger
and restoring
paychecks.
dignity to hard work,
To
this
Max's
is the bill
point,
for you.
local taxes are going to go up. If you don't think that's going to happen, it's because the state's going to bear more responsibility for the costs of that federal funding would have
It makes no
replaced.
difference whether our colleagues on
How
the
fucking
across the
stupid
chamber
are
speak for
you?
25 minutes or 25
How
hours.
fucking
They
stupid
can't
are you,
change the
MAGA?
truth. And today was about
You're shooting
performance for
yourself.
some of them. But today for us is about results.
And everyone else, by the way.
And results that improve
fucking
the
murderers.
lives of Americans, regardless of their race, religion, color, or creed. It does not matter.
You know, it's really interesting because there is a ton of systemic racism in this country, has been,
I tell
and
you
has
what,
gotten stronger
Ronald
because
Reagan
of
used to
this
remind us you can
administration,
always
this
trust the American people, and
maladministration,
we do trust the American people,
as
and
I've
they
seen
can discern the
I
difference.
think, describe it.
What they saw on display here today is that Democrats
don't know,
deliver
people. I
performances
just don't
and
know.
Republicans deliver results.
I don't know. No, you don't. No, you don't. You haven't done anything. You haven't done anything. And wait till
Today,
the
my
tariffs
friends, we
hit
are
because
ready
we
now.
lost
We are going to deliver
33,000
what we were
jobs in
sent here to
June.
do.
That's
And
right. We
every
lost
American will benefit from it.
33,000 jobs in June,
In
and it will
1793,
get
just steps from where we
worse.
stand today,
Yeah,
President
Scalise
George
is a
Washington
special
laid the
monster.
first cornerstone of the United States Capitol. Over 50 years later,
Yeah.
on July
Yes,
4th
Jim.
again, members
Yes,
of this
Jim.
body gathered once again to lay a second cornerstone. Once
Problems
more
they
on July
created.
4th, at the height of the Cold War.
We didn't have to have
Congress laid a
50%
third
tariffs with
cornerstone.
Vietnam. That was a self-inflicted
week,
wound.
With this vote today,
That was a self-inflicted
on our
wound.
nation's birthday being tomorrow, we lay a fourth.
You idiots.
With this bill, we can vote as stewards of that great legacy that we've
God.
inherited.
And all
and
you
this
people with your
extraordinary
heads up
nation
your asses
we are
worrying
blessed to
about
live in.
chat
We
wars
can lay another
should really
sturdy
pull them
foundation
out
for the
and
future
use
of
your
this country, a
platforms
future
for
where
something
working
worthwhile,
Americans can feel relief,
like trying to
where
get more
government
people
can finally
engaged
start
in
living
protesting
within
this
its means
administration.
again, and where the United States
How about
is
that? How about you
safer,
take a break from
stronger, and more
self-enrichment
prosperous than
and
ever
figure out how to
before.
help other people?
That's right.
Yikes.
Now, I'm going to say this as they mock
Fucking
America and
dumbest
mock everything
platform
and mock
in the
the bill.
world.
We'll see how the people feel about that. So listen, seriously, as friends and colleagues, really, across the aisle. what we
Seriously?
celebrate tomorrow is the nation's birthday. Let's
Oh,
put the
fuck
politics
you.
aside for a minute.
Yeah,
And let's reflect
20%
on our
minimum
blessings. No
tariffs
kidding,
applied.
really. Tomorrow is the 249th birthday of our nation. And
Yeah.
That's right.
And you're shitting on it. And you're shitting on it. And you're shitting on it. Yeah, they'll come, Dan. I might not live to see them, but they'll be here. You're not putting America first, Scalise, and you know it. I don't know what's on your tape, motherfucker, but it's got to be disgusting. You're not this is so anti-American. I can't wait.
I mean this
Dan.
sincerely. I
cannot
thank my
fucking
colleagues for
wait.
standing. We all should be united in
I
that.
will
We
bring
are,
the
we are.
popcorn.
We have squabbles. We have partisan.
I'm not into the death
debates and all of
penalty
this,
or
but at the end of the
anything,
day,
but
we're
I
all
knew the
Americans,
treason
man.
is the
And
treason.
we gotta,
So
we
you know
gotta
what?
believe that. We got to know it. We got to
Make stupid choices, win stupid prizes.
In the history
That's
of
what
the
I say.
world. It's not even close. My friends and colleagues, we are so blessed. We should not take it for granted.
I know easily.
We live in the most free, the most successful, the most powerful, the most
Yeah,
benevolent
exactly.
nation that
It
has
should
ever
not be
been
a
on the
huge
face of the
focus.
earth.
There's a time
there's a
and a
reason for that.
place.
The reason that we are the greatest nation is because we were built on the ultimate foundation. And the bold declaration that my friend Hakeem Jeffries articulated earlier is true. We unite under that. The bold declaration that we do hold these truths to be self-evident. What is a self-evident truth?
Don't try.
Something that's obvious. We hold these
Stop
truths
it.
to be
These
self-evident
are
that all men are
obvious.
created equal. It does
Yeah,
not
you know
say
what's
born
obvious
equal.
is
It
17
says
million not
created equal.
losing their health care is
And that
not
it is
good
our
for our
Creator.
country.
Yes.
If you want to be weird and nationalistic about
It
it,
is our Creator that
it is
gives
not
us
good
our
for our
rights.
country
See,
for
the
people to
powerful
be
thing
living
about
in
that is we're the
fear and
first
for us
nation
not
in
to
the
have a
history of the
healthy
world that
immigrant
acknowledge that our rights do not derive from
population,
government.
and
They come
it
from
does
God
not
himself.
behoove us to have people out of work It does not behoove us to have a short housing supply. It does not behoove us to have our public land sold. It does not behoove us to close medical clinics simply because they provide a choice of elective
You see
abortions. It is
those
not
words up there, that
any
motto,
of those
it says, "In
things.
God we trust," right above the speaker's rostrum. You know, a previous Congress
Right
put
above
that
your
there
rectum?
in the early 60s,
Wait,
in the
what?
height of the Cold War.
Did I hear that
There's
right?
a little
No?
visitor's guide that people get when you do tours late at night. You've probably seen your
Yeah.
constituents and
Oh no,
visitors
they're
and
gonna
friends get
they're
the
gonna
guide. If you
s-
turn,
they're
I think
gonna
it's about
pay.
to page
They're gonna
21.
they
It
will get their
explains
day
why
in
that's
court.
there.
I don't know when it'll
It says,
be, but it'll
Congress
happen.
voted to put that there
This is some
as a
Nazi level
rebuke to
shit.
the Soviets'
It's
worldview
it is
at the
all
height of the Cold War.
self-inflicted.
Why? Because communism,
Mar-a-Lago Accords are
socialism,
coming fast and
find a
furious.
root in Marxism, and Marxism begins
No, you know
with
what?
the
I'm going to
belief
turn him
that
off
there
because I want
is
to talk
no
about
good.
something. I want to talk about something that I saw this morning, and it was let me find out where it is because it was kind of important actually. And it was about these protection racket deals that I will continue to scream about when it comes to getting access to countries' minerals and other things. And I'm going to pull it up. Here we go. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I got to tune him out. I'm sorry. I understand. And I don't have captions on this for some reason, so I apologize for that. But let me just kind of show you what I posted this morning on my Blue Sky. Yeah, I'm sure he said something stupid, so don't worry about people standing up. And this is what I said. So I saw this great thread about from this guy, Shu. And so Vietnam to buy 50 Boeing aircraft, Politico, right? So he's like, So we're basically threatening every country now to buy specific products based on which companies lobby, bribe Trump or someone in his administration. Okay, so what this is the fucking Mar-a-Lago Accord. This is the protection racket. This is what's happening in the trade realm. And I believe that it is also evidenced in the Iranian bombing that we did. So let me show you. They're all congratulating him like a bunch of fucking cucks. Like the cucks they are. Like the cucks that they are. Japan wasn't having it for some. Yeah, right.
Pursuant to House Resolution 566.
So this is
the previous question
basically
is
the
ordered.
Mar-a-Lago Accord.
question
It's
is
going to
on the
be
motion by the gentleman
extortion,
from Texas,
or we're
Mr.
not going to
Arrington.
protect
All those in
you,
favor
and
say
we
aye.
want you to. You know what I mean? Like that's
Those
what it's going to
opposed,
be.
no. The ayes
The noes
have
have
it.
it.
The motion is
Oh.
agreed to.
Yeas and
For
nays.
what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Yeah, Leigh says still expecting a deal with Modi to coincide with a trip by Dump to India. Get those fucking children off the floor. God damn it. I'm sorry. I just don't think that's right. Not on days like this. Most free must be why they're going to build concentration camps. Yeah. So this is that to me is something to look for. Is what mineral deals are we striking with countries, and what happens militarily with those countries or otherwise, right? So, for example, do you remember the India Pakistan? There were some terror attacks between them. And he stepped in and claimed that he had somehow brokered a peace deal between India and Pakistan after all these whatever centuries that they've had conflict. And so then shortly thereafter was a mineral deal with Pakistan. Yeah, that's right. So if you think that it's nuts to see a world where network states owned by corporations, i.e. people like Peter Thiel and others, taking over what would be localities here in the United States, if you don't think that the intention is to line the pockets of those investing in AI, crypto, etc., as a way also to conveniently launder and hide money, if you can't see a world where that is an end goal of this design administration, because bottom line is that their intention is to build factories, and the onshoring is really the onshoring of AI and crypto and the rape of the natural world, which is why we need kind of, Greenland down as the technate, so that we can put these factories in for which you and I will work, and and they will own your security, your healthcare, your education. They will own it all. It will all line the pockets of the wealthy of this world. I believe this has all been accelerated by the exposure of the Pandora and the Panama Papers, and that was, that it was an accelerant that helped people. Like, we need to create the systems by which we will not be held accountable for our bad deeds. And they are actively in action to create that system where there is no regulation and taxes are ineffective, and they're able to act with impunity in their destruction of the natural world in the name of technology. And it will not be a utopia. And there is plenty of scholarship on this. So I'm not just like picking shit out of my ass. This is like, this is a thing. This is a way to describe the motivations of many who are in power and pushing these types of things. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead. Let me see, put the sound on and see what it is. Oh, no, the sound is on. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyway, that's, that's the danger. And eugenics and getting rid of, not having to take care of people that can't be productive. They don't want to take care of people that can't be productive. That's against their religion. That's against Peter Thiel's, kind of whatever that is, neo-reactionary. I'm not sure what part of it really deals with the eugenics. It's probably the Tescriel kind of thing. And that's, that's it. I mean, it just, really, massive asshole. That's what we call him. Put an inspiring speech Charlie Chaplin gave about fascism. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Hold on. Oh, you put it in the Discord? Hold on. I'll meet you at the ladies' room. Be back real soon. That's what I think of our Discord as. Meet you in the ladies' room. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. Hey, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. I hope I don't get, in trouble, but I'm going to do it anyway. I don't care. How about that?
But I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world, that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
Oh, that was really good. Thank you, Meowing Star, for that. That was really... I always forget that that speech is in that movie. God. Oh, yeah. The MAGA family, yeah, they have no idea what Palantir is capable of. Yeah. Palantirians. Just sitting here thinking that they're voting to kill and declare war on America. I know. It's just... I don't really understand it. I don't understand it. And I don't know. I'm so determined about 2026. I don't know if that's, I mean, I don't know, but that just keeps entering my mind. Like, no. Now let's figure out, let's get to work for 2026 and see if we can. You know, like, I think we can. I know Charlie Chaplin is problematic. That's the problem. Everybody is not a monolith, and people are very problematic sometimes. That's absolutely true. And they deserve to be canceled when they are problematic. So I understand that completely. But that speech was well written and ahead of its, kind of outspoken for its time, I think, which is quite good and relevant now. Oops. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. I'll BRB. Oh, I thought that was something, a delivery that's coming, but it's not. Good. In his defense, it wasn't considered controversial at the time. Oh, yeah, right. No, I understand. That's the problem, right? Like, we have all these movies, too, from older times that have things that may not have been called out at the time, but they're absolutely problematic, like, it's so true. So. Sorry. But same thing, not the same thing, but Rod Serling, I know, also has an amazing speech on civil rights. People that were not expected at the time to say anything that did. I'm kind of grateful for that. Let me see. I know what I had. Hold on. I have a couple of things here. Let me show you this. This is the Lincoln Project ad.
It happens in countries like Russia, Iran, and China. The inner circle of the dictator get very rich, while the rest of the country struggles. Now it's happening in America. Donald Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, over $4.5 million. Stephen Miller, that angry little guy his own family attacks, hundreds of thousands. Trump's former golf caddy, Dan Scavino, over $2 million. Sergio Gore, 38-year-old former DJ from Malta, over $1 million. What's Donald Trump done for you? You paying less for eggs? Your taxes gone down? Social Security offices are closing. VA services slashed. Trump's pushing the largest Medicaid cut in history and the biggest tax cut for billionaires. Trump's golden circle gets rich, while the rest of us struggle. It's not fair. Russia, Iran, China, corrupt dictatorships. And now, America. Donald Trump. It's just not working.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then let's see, what else? Oh, wow, they voted a lot faster than I thought they were going to, right? Like reading about you, Leigh says, reading about the U.S. developing a template for trade with sub-Saharan Africa, a need to research. Oh, yeah, I wondered about that, given the whole focus on mineral rights, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if there's been anything announced because of the, peace accord between the Congo and Rwanda, which, okay, sure, Jan. I'd like to know if there's any mineral deals. I think there's mineral deals as a result of our involvement, if you will, in that. Do you think the Lincoln Project will settle when Trump sues them for that ad? God, I hope not. God, I hope not, Meowing Star. God, I hope not. I really do. I really, really do. God. Let's see. We've got some other things I can entertain you with, or not, or despair you with, perhaps. I think I have a nice little mic, Judge Luddig. Here we go. I'm going to read something to you while we're watching this. Okay, this is a apparently from July 2nd, Judge Luddig, and so this is a piece called "The Self-Evident Truths of Freedom and of Tyranny." 27 truths about America, our democracy and rule of law, and our rights, freedoms, and liberties. And it begins with an italicized section. On the eve of January 6, 2021, Judge Michael Luddig received an urgent message from Vice President Mike Pence's office. Could he please make public his confidential advice to Pence that the Vice President had no legal authority to overturn the 2020 election? Pence was under enormous pressure from Donald Trump to reverse the results, and he hoped that the analysis from Luddig, one of the most respected voices in American law, could thwart the effort. Luddig tweeted out his views, and Pence cited the tweets in his letter to the nation as he left the White House for the U.S. Capitol as evidence that he couldn't block certification of the election. In 2021, during his first extensive public interview of his career, over 3 hours, Luddig told me the incredible story of the tweets that helped stop the coup of the 2020 presidential election. The story has been told many times since then, and including during Luddig's widely acclaimed testimony before the January 6th committee. I'm not sure why they're clapping. Oh. One Democrat has. Oh, okay. There. Wait, so who breaks the tie in the House? Who breaks the tie in the House? This is so bad. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Well, damn all their souls to hell, I guess. The votes tie falls as no majority reached. Oh. Oh. All right, I'm just going to keep reading until we get some kind. I have the sound turned up in case it comes back, so. Da, 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 da. All right, here we go. La 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 la. Today, America finds itself in another historic moment, another crisis, and Judge Luttig is once again the country's most indispensable public scholar, explaining the law to an American public bewildered by the actions of a lawless president. And once again, Judge Luttig is embracing a new medium to share his views with a wider audience. All right, let's see. Let me go back. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. On July 4th, this is from Luttig himself. On July 4th, 1776, our fellow Americans declared their independence from the British Empire and its ruling monarchy. Thus began the American Revolutionary War against Great Britain to secure America's independence from the tyrannical rule of King George III. On that first Independence Day, almost 250 years ago, America freed itself forever from the bondage and oppression of tyrannical rule by monarchs and kings. There would never be another king in the United States of America. 11 years later, on September 17, 1787, the Constitution of the United States was signed by the delegates to the Constitutional Convention convened in Philadelphia, and in 1789, 13 years after the American colonists declared their independence from British Empire, the Constitution the Constitution became the charter of government for the United States and the guarantor of our rights, liberties, and freedoms. The Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the Great Charter, became part of the Constitution in 1791. I don't know. Do they have to vote present? Who was the second to no vote? Did they know? I don't know who the second to no vote was. That's a good question. In America, the rule of law is king. Let a day be solemnly set apart for proclaiming the charter. Let it be brought forth, placed on the divine law, the word of God. Let a crown be placed thereon, by which the world may know that so far as we approve of monarchy, that in America the law is king. For as in absolute governments the king is law, so in free countries the law ought to be king, and there ought to be no other. But lest any ill use should afterwards arise, let the crown at the conclusion of the ceremony be demolished and scattered among the people whose right it is. Thomas Paine, 1776. When the tyrannical reign of King George III became destructive of the ends of government by law under which all persons are equal and endowed with certain unalienable rights, the American colonists declared their independence from the British king, chronicling 27 grievances of self-evident truths about tyranny as reasons for their declaration of independence. On this July 4th, 2025, the eve of the 250th anniversary of America's Declaration of Independence and the founding of this nation, we the people hold to be self-evident these 27 truths about freedom and about tyranny. All persons are endowed with certain rights, liberties, freedoms that are unalienable and that are bulwark against tyranny by government. For we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Government should secure, protect, and preserve our unalienable rights, liberties, and freedoms. For the king has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection. Government is instituted and its powers derive from the consent of we, the governed, in order that the government will secure, protect, and preserve our rights, liberties, and freedoms. For to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Government power is limited, and government is obligated to conform its every act to the requirements of law, which acknowledges our creation as equals and enshrines our equal and unalienable rights, liberties, and freedoms. For the king gave his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments. Every person's rights, liberties, and freedoms, as well as the rights of the majority and minority, are best secured and safeguarded by separation of the respective powers of the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. By separation of the powers of each of the branches of government from these powers of the others, the powers of each of the three co-equal branches of government are limited and checked and balanced by the powers of the others. For the king has called together the legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and to eat out their substance. And he has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing to assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. Each, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, should exercise only the powers respectively enumerated and conferred upon it by the Constitution or otherwise by law, thereby avoiding and guarding against encroachment upon the powers of the other two branches of government. For the king has dissolved representative houses repeatedly by opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time, after such dissolutions, to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He also has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. The king obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to the laws for establishing judiciary powers, and he has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. Government should provide for the common defense, protect the homeland, support our allies abroad, and prevent foreign interference in the affairs of the nation.
Or wish to change a vote? No. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted.
Okay, keep going. For the king abolished the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies. Government should wage war against foreign enemies only when authorized by the Congress of the United States in a declaration of war. For the king has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. Government should only wage war against foreign enemies, not misperceived domestic enemies. The people are not the enemy of the government. Okay, hold on. Okay. The people are not the enemy of the government. Rather, the government that regards the people as its enemy is itself the enemy of the people. For the king has excited domestic insurrections among us, and has abdicated government here by waging war against us. The king is at this time transporting large armies to foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with the circumstances of cruelty and perfidy, scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. Government should respect the need for the separation of military from civil authority, and the need to limit military to military purpose and not to civil purpose. For the king has effected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. Government should respect that America is a nation of immigrants from foreign lands. For we have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here, yet the king endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for the naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. Government should respect the need for free and open trade with the world. For the king has given his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world. Every person should have the right to petition the government and petition the government for redress of oppressions without government answer of injury. For in every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned the king for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Every person should have the right to dissent from government and to protest government peacefully. For where tyranny and despotism demand allegiance to a tyrant and uniformity, democracy, and freedom from tyranny demand the opposite, allegiance to country and to differences of people and opinion. When a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce a people under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Every person should have the right to speak freely and to associate freely with others without fear that the government will punish them for the exercise of their right to speak and associate freely. No person should be deprived of life, liberty, and or property without due process of law, the promise and guarantee against arbitrary government of tyrants, monarchs, and kings. For the king abolished the free system of English laws and established therein an arbitrary government. Every person is equal under the law, enjoys the same privileges and protections of laws, and is subject to the same constraints and penalties of law. For all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. No person is above the law. The law applies equally to all persons elected or appointed to serve the American people in their government, as it does to all other persons. All elected or appointed representatives of the people are accountable under law for their offenses against the people, as every other person is accountable for their offenses. For as in absolute governments the king is law, so in free countries the law ought to be king, and there ought to be no other. Let a crown be placed thereon, but lest any ill should arise afterwards, let the crown at the conclusion of the ceremony be demolished and scattered among the people whose right it is. No person elected or appointed to represent the people enjoys the royal prerogatives of a king. America was impelled to seek its separation and independence from the tyranny of a king. For the king has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for suspending our own legislatures, and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. The king has abolished the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies. Every person should be equally franchised as provided by the Constitution and able to vote freely for their representatives to government in free and fair elections. For the king has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, and he has refused to pass other laws unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. Every candidate for elected public office should pledge to the American people that they will accept, respect, and honor the will of the people expressed in the results of the people's free and fair elections, and that they will honor the peaceful transfer of power from one office holder to the next. For we the people hold all power, and governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. We the people established government by law instead of by men, in order that our representatives could not, like the king, subjugate us to their will. Our representatives are subjugated to our will by constitution and law. Lest any ill use should afterwards arise, let the crown at the conclusion of the ceremony be demolished and scattered among the people whose right it is. All persons should have access to independent courts of law to vindicate their rights and interests, and the courts of law should be neither political nor beholden to either the legislature or the executive. For the king obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers, and he made judges dependent on his will alone, will for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. All persons suspected and accused of criminal offense should be protected from government abuse by the Constitution's limitations on searches and seizures, due process, equal protection, the privilege against self-incrimination, and by the prohibitions on selective and vindictive prosecutions, double jeopardy, and cruel and unusual punishments. No person should be tried for criminal offense except by a jury of peers. For the king deprived us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury. No person should be investigated and prosecuted for offenses against the nation except in accordance with the law. No person should be investigated by the executive on pretext or investigated and prosecuted by the executive on pretext in revenge and retaliation for different opinion or politics from the executive or for personal offense taken by the executive. For the king transported us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses and quartered large bodies of armed troops among us and protected them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states. All persons should have the right to counsel who is independent of the government and uninfluenced and uninfluenceable by the government, and whose highest responsibility in the representation of their client is to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution against abuse by the government. For the king tried us for pretended offenses and protected murderers by a mock trial from punishment. On this Independence Day, July 4th, 2025, these self-evident truths of freedom and of tyranny are solemnly declared and published. Judge Michael Ledig. Wow. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Coven. Let's go. Come on, Coven. Democracy Coven. Let's hit it. What are we doing? You guys are trying to find tequila? What MCS posted. Oh gosh, who's MCS? I don't know who that is. I'm not sure. Hi, Jeff. How are you? Fearing for our country. Who's MCS? I'm so sorry. I might be acting stupid. Probably. I'm still in a great deal of neck pain, but it'll pass. Yeah, I am MAGA cult slayer. Oh, who is that? I don't even know who that is. Isn't that terrible? I should know that. Should I know that? Should I know that, man? Jeff? MBS. Yeah, you mean, yeah, do you mean MBS? No, but MAGA cult slayer. Oh, I don't know who that is. We're in trouble. Who's in trouble? I mean, the country's in trouble, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. I have a bottle of mezcal sitting on the shelf with 2 caterpillars. It's a newish account. They post a lot. Okay. MAGA cult slayer. God, I've never heard of them. I don't think I'm paying that much attention right now to fucking water. But you can, I know. Be careful about tripping on those worms. You don't want to fall and break something. They're on X, I guess. MAGA cult slayer. You know, everybody has an opinion. It's like assholes. Everyone has an opinion. I don't know. I'm going to figure out what I need to do when it comes to this. Oh, I don't know this account. What's that? Is that? Oh, that's 16 hours ago. Sorry. I don't see what. There's a bunch of stuff from a long time ago, or like from 16 hours ago. Is that what you're talking about? This is the map that gives every scandal. What? These guys. Can't these guys just be serious? Oh no, I'm so sorry. No, I'm not. I'm done. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I should have probably showed you. Yeah? Oh, it's from 16 hours ago? What are they saying? I don't even get it. I don't even get it. Like, get to the point. Like, just tell me what you're going to tell me. Why do I need a really funny video of you in a funny mask? Project. Oh, I don't even want to know. I'm not sure I want to know. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I have to read this before I read it out loud, Jeff. I don't even get it. These people freak me out. I'm sorry. I mean, let the revolution begin, okay? That's all I have to say. Tell me where to show up. I'll bring my dinosaur suit and my gas mask, and let's do it. Okay? I don't even know what to tell you. If we're gonna start releasing the hounds, like releasing the tapes and everything, can we just do it, please, before more people get fucking kidnapped off the street or cut off of their insurance? Please and thank you. Yikes. I also wonder what this will do to states, trying to. Yeah, you're already in it, Jane. No, Jane, you're already in it. I'm sorry we didn't tell you, but yeah, you've been in it for a minute. You've been in it since you came to the lounge. Democracy Coven is open to everyone, basically. But isn't this new budget that's just been passed, it goes into effect October 1st of this year. Theoretically. What I'm trying to say is I wonder if there's enough time and or to what degree governors are already in action trying to work with their state legislatures to figure out how to stop some of this impact. I really wonder about that. Yeah, it's an equal opportunity coming. But yeah, no, you're definitely part of it. Definitely. Yeah. This is the tweet that Gal just dropped. With this vote, Congress makes ICE the highest funded federal law enforcement agency in history, with more money per year at its disposal over the next 4 years than the budgets of the FBI, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and Bureau of Prisons combined. I agree, Leigh. I'm very concerned about ICE. It's bad. It's bad. Yeah, welcome to the Fourth Reich. All right. Well, we're gonna fight. We don't have a choice. So find your fight. Find the fight that makes the most sense for you, and know that we all stand together on this. Like, really, seriously, I'm being serious. Yeah, it's just they're gonna militarize our streets. They're already doing it in Los Angeles. I know in other cities too. It's gonna get worse. Figure out mutual aid groups in your area. Think about how you get like more involved in your own community. I need to, we have to fight this and find out if there are democracy loving candidates for each of the seats in your local area. Let's not let one fucking seat not be stood for by a democracy supporting candidate. Yes, totally, Badger. Totally. Pace yourself. Pace yourself. Ooh. You wonder how rigorous the background checks are? Have you seen who's in charge of the FBI? Is it a good account? Okay, Val. All right. If you tell me it is, it is. Just make good trouble. 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 Yeah, exactly. It's that I know. It can't be that rigorous. And you're pretty chameleon-like. Yeah, a rap sheet is the main requirement on the background check. Okay, well, let me leave you with a little bit of a better news, okay? Tonight, we're having a special movie night. This is not a usual movie night on Discord, but we're having a movie tonight. And it's at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to watch Will and Harper, which is the documentary that Will Ferrell made with his friend who is a trans woman, and he knew her before she made the outward transition. And before she had disclosed to her friends and family about herself. And so if you'd like, join us on Discord. I'll post all the links in my socials and here on YouTube as well, in my community posts or whatever. But come and join us tonight, and we'll watch that movie together again. It's a replay for us, very, very good. And I hope that people enjoy it. So, yeah. So there's still beauty in the world. There's still beauty. It's the age of nefarious, Badger. We got to do that song, I guess. Damn it. All right. Yeah, take that, YouTube. Fuck you. We'll go to Discord. All right. Thank you so much for spending this time. This was an important day, and I'm glad we were able to be together to witness it. And I hope that the rest of your afternoon goes better, and hope to see you tonight. I will not be live tomorrow morning, so that you, just as a reminder. But tomorrow night, we also have movie night, and there's bound to be some real shenanigans in the movies tomorrow night. So don't worry. It's going to be fun. I know it'll kick off. It'll end your 4th with a bang. Probably a few bangs. Anyway, adore you all. Thank you so much. I really do. Thank you. Thanks for all your care and support, and just being here was really... I couldn't think of a better group to be with. All right. I love you guys. Yes, disconnect. That's a beautiful idea, Meowing Star. I love that. I love that. Disconnect, go outside, take a deep breath, heal your spirit, take care of your soul. Yeah. Guard yourself. It's okay. It's okay to take care of you. In fact, it's really important. We need you.